do have 2 players over toward the A bomb side, but they're really playing more of a retake setup than anything else. And again, just that wall of smokes on the A side allows E9 to get their bomb plant down again. A little bit of a spam damage onto Tick, but not going to connect too much. Mr. Raijin does get Terry though, so chances are here for NCTDK to make a retake happen, though they don't have a lot of util to work with. That one flash needs to get them something, and it hasn't.
No, not quite, but of course the damage coming from the HE will allow for that early kill. Still quite a few members, E9, also time on their side, but it's going to be Neverland just hiding behind. Oh, and he'll even get the kill on the last swing out.
Yeah, that was a close one for sure. Definitely still time in that for NCTDK to get the defuse. Ends up being around victory for E9 though. And NCTDK are going to be forced to wait for their first round a little longer. This should be a 4-0 start for E9. Yeah, it goes down to a 1v1, but on the T side, they've been getting the bomb plant every single round. Generally been doing a pretty good job so far, so money's not really much of a problem. And Salmon just going to throw a bit of util over toward B to keep NCTDK interested there. The smoke at the bottom kind of allows you to clear the stairs. Flash might have kept NCTDK interested on that side of the map. A little push into mid from the CTs is dispatched with pretty comfortably by E9. Good default setup from the T side.
Yeah, and I think it's basic things like this where you like to see a bit of a switch on that default setup when you know that you have the advantage, right? When you know that the opponents are going to be on their pistols. Play that macro game to understand that you have the advantage and overall in the macro game as well, just in terms of pacing and confidence.
Oh, Molly to quad. Flash over the back. It's going to allow Salmon on the way through for the entry. Nice double kill. But once again, it's nothing really to write home about here for either team. NCTDK, they don't get anything really done, and E9, they're expected to get through that round no problems at all, which is pretty much what happens. So 4-0. Holding pattern round is over and done with, and now we're into the meat and potatoes. And it'll be another gun round for NCTDK, but they definitely need to look a bit more threatening here than they did in their first gun round. Otherwise, I'm going to start asking some serious questions.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a lot to show and tell here for NCT. Up in the hands of Mr. Raijin as well. Did have a rough game yesterday, of course. I mean, it was a loss overall for the whole team, but only 2 kills to really count for his name. So he can do a little bit more damage on the CT side with the up today.
Well, progression smokes out from E9 on the ramp. But they haven't actually pushed off the back of that. And NCTDK are still hanging around as well. Re-smoke at the bottom of the ramp. It's going to mean that E9 is just stuck behind that for another 20 seconds.
Raijin gets that kill he's been looking for. Over on to Tick.
Don't really get the sense that E9 want to go too quickly anywhere around the map. Not super concerned about maybe just exchanging a bit of util back and forth at the start of the round at the very least.
And it looks like E9 deciding that they're going to rotate back over onto the B side. Of course, saw that op earlier, but banking on having a bit of a timing here.
Well, Salmon, clean entry onto the player at E-box, but there was still someone at quad. Luckily, that's been traded down. E9 again looking super solid on these side hits. And this is their map pick, and by rights they should look pretty solid, but this is looking incredibly clean.
Yeah, I mean, just by the book, really. All right, Salmon goes in, gets the entry against the op, draws out enough attention as well for the rest of his teammates to continue with the trades, enter the site. Talent trying to dwindle the numbers, but not going to make it. 2 members still left alive. E9 goes up 5-0.
Not the storyline that I was necessarily anticipating, but not one that's necessarily too surprising either.
Sure.
I mean, I think you look at the relative strength of both of these regions, and you have to say China far stronger than Vietnam in CS.
Oh, and I think that's a good thing to remember, right, is that a lot of these teams, they talk about, well, we have some domestic scenes, and that's where we've been training. We want to get this international experience. And sure, but like you said, the domestic level is not the same time. Yeah. E9 simply just has more matches to play even throughout the year.
Exactly. So my thing is, like, E9, they might not be the best team in China. They might not even be remotely close to the best team in China. But they might actually still be quite a bit better than the best team in Vietnam, although I don't even know if it's fair to say NCTDK is necessarily the #1 team in Vietnam unequivocally. I'd have to talk to someone from the Vietnamese CS scene to really make a proper comment on that, but from my understanding it seems to be a few teams kind of kicking around that can sort of beat one another, and in this case NCTDK did win the eXTREMESLAND qualifier, but are they definitely the #1 team in Vietnam? I'm not 100% sure on that, but I mean either way, the representation so far up against E9 is not coming together, and E9 are putting on a bit of a clinic at the moment.
Yeah, everything going the way that E9 would want. I mean, you look at the positions they're holding, the defaults, and also just in no rush, right? I think that's one of the bigger tells, is that they feel comfortable just playing with the time, everything to their advantage. So we are going to see attack pause come out from NCTDK. Better time as ever, as if they really can't make anything happen this time. First half kind of running away.
Good to have a chat though. What are they going to change up? I mean, they haven't really felt like they've had any success anywhere, you know, so there's not like a silver lining for NCTDK to look at here and say we should try to continue doing this. I think they're going to need to throw something a bit unorthodox in the mix, you know, maybe they're going to have to try to push down the stairs over on B, or make a bit of a play in mid. It does look like a pretty standard set of util. Smoke toward the bottom of ramp. Nothing too crazy from NCTDK. They haven't changed anything up.
That Talent takes a big hit as well off of all that util flying in. Not going to take the risk repeating that. Like you said, I mean, the positions themselves aren't that different, but the util continues to be clean from E9. 2-0 gets another opening pick.
Great coordination from E9. You know, the flash pops and an easy kill picked up as a result of it.
And again, I mean, E9, they're just content. They know that they have been in the lead, obviously, not just score-wise, but overall just in terms of the pacing of each round as well. So wait for, you know, the pressure to kind of get to NCT, see if there's reaction, because if not, you can still outnumber them wherever you go. 5-4 right now.
Yep, Terry might not have a difficult time of dispatching of Talent, who is only on 8 HP. This is a duel that should go the way of the T every day of the week. Even if you get the headshot with the M4, you know, you still need to get a second shot through there as well. But more than happy to just post on the line and hold down mid for the moment and allow E9, the rest of E9 at least, to work their way in toward the B site. And indeed that fight has gone the way of Terry, alongside a fairly solid entry from E9 into the B bomb site one more time. Feels a bit like Groundhog Day. Doesn't matter which site E9 go to, they are more than favorable to trade down effectively.
Yeah, and even just in this round, again, you just see how comfortable E9 seems to be. It's Terry, and then of course it's going to be, I believe it was Salmon coming in, or 2-0, I guess, who was left on the lurk on the A site. They strike at the exact same time into B site from mid, around on A as well. So at the end of the day, the numbers advantage really coming into play, even if they had lost maybe one or two of those duels.
Yeah, Pixie going to hang around for one more kill at the back end, but it's not really going to trouble E9 at all. Plenty of money. Up 7-0. Feels like nothing's going wrong for E9 at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the problem that NCT is having, right? Is that, I mean, sure, if E9 was starting to make mistakes, maybe NCT finds a gap there, but E9's not showing anything, and NCT, I mean, they are struggling to try to find that wild card that lets them get ahead of them, despite the cleanliness coming out from E9.
Timeout from E9 this time around.
Okay.
I'm not sure you have really too much to discuss at length when you're up 7-0, but at the end of the day, you don't want to let anything slip, you know, so maybe some sort of tendency, maybe they're going to try something different in this round. Salmon's gone for a Mac 10. They might have just been having a chat about, well, where do we think NCTDK's money is at?
Yeah, consider the possibilities of maybe, you know, some form of buy here, as we are, of course, wary of that on the screen for NCT. A hero rifle for Pixie, a couple Deagles, and an MP9 as well for Different. See what the position's going to be there. But here's that push, trying to get towards the stairs on B, and Prodigy will find one, but it's immediately stopped, and E9 not stopping for anything on their side. They know they have the better weaponry.
Yeah, no need to at this point. They've been so confident getting their way into that A bomb site that why not continue forging your way forward. Ooh. But that is a little bit of something finally from NCTDK. Just a couple of missed shots from E9, and it's opened the door up for a round victory. Finally, NCTDK have something going their way, but honestly, that even also looked like it was going to be an E9 round. So
yeah, I mean, I think if E9 wasn't maybe overthinking, you know, what the response was going to be from NCT, trying to decide if they're going to jump through the smoke or if they're going to peek around on the outside. I mean, you can see the crosshairs.
Oh, they just lined up.
Oh, yeah, and then they lined up as well, got flashed from behind.
That was part of the problem. It seemed ludicrous to me, actually, that E9 lost so many players as quickly as they did after having taken the site so freely. But, yeah, just poor positioning. Makes it a bit easier for NCTDK. But 1-7, it's nothing but difficult right now for NCTDK, there's no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, that simply gives them the hope of trying to claw back in, but it hasn't quite started yet, as we do see E9 just resorting back to what's been working. Their default setup here, putting some pressure on ramp to begin.
Yeah, Molly's going to go up and clear out the wood wall. Tick already having found the opening kill in this round with the orb. Once again, puts E9 in a good spot. You can just see how methodical they're being working through the map at the moment. Clearing out sandbags, they're clearing out the close angles on B. Doesn't really tell NCTDK where they're going to be going because they're clearing both sides of the map. So pretty hard to make a call as to which side to stack, though. They have got 3 players trending over toward the A bomb site here from the CTs, which is where you'd want them to be.
Raijin will try to put a stop to it, but the smoke allowing Salmon to close the distance just a bit. That's going to allow the bomb to go down on A site. And again, as always, Terry just waiting for a timing on that lurk. Ready to strike from behind.
That's the luxury you have when you have the 4-on-3 advantage, right? You got 3 players to hold onto the site, and the other guy can sort of do whatever he wanted. Ticks off for another nice kill in this round, and perfect spot to be in, but forced away by that Molotov. Now, actually does kind of have to bring Terry into play. Salmon's doing a good job of just hiding away, and Terry on the flank is going to be completely unexpected, and that'll be a free kill. So E9, one more on the board, and just as NCTDK start to get the ball rolling, the game has changed, and now they're having to push the ball uphill. So
yeah, and even there, it's just, you could tell NCTDK, they just had no leisure to even consider the possibility of Terry, you know, coming around on the lurk. Of course, I mean, if you were able to really think back to every round, sure, you'd remember, okay, every time Terry did get a kill, it was somewhere in mid, but you still had to make sure you cleared out all these other members. Like you said, the numbers advantage coming in huge for E9, and knowing also how to take advantage of that itself. So, you know, you'd be hard-pressed to imagine that there's much else to talk about in the remaining rounds of the first half, but that all does depend on NCT, as they will start another round down a member, 4v5.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a B play this time from E9. At least that's where they've set up for the moment. But NCTDK have done a bit of exploring at the bottom of ramps. A lot of information there for them. They haven't actually lurked an extra player off of A yet, though Pixie is on his way now. So E9, I'm not sure that they're actually trying to go B here. Yeah, they certainly are. They have to be aware, though, of different around the back, and he's only good for 1, but at least he's got the information there for his teammates. Fast rotate to come across a player already in mid. Terry was prepared for it, but Prodigy doing a good job of locking down that B side, and this is a perfect example of how information is going to be power. And having that extra player over on B has saved the day for NCTDK.
There you go. Finally a round going the way they would have wanted to. Sure, it didn't start off. You know, they lost that first kill, but immediately, like you said, understanding that if we just go the way we have been, splitting 2-2 again, or 2-1 and 2, or 1-1 and 2 rather, especially concerned about Terry's lurk, then you're going to lose a round. That's what's happened every time. So you push out, control a part of the map, and then you're able to shift the forces back over. You know, maybe not winning the duels that you would have liked to, but still frees up the rest of your teammates. So one more on the board.
Still a couple of rounds left here in the first half. It's not really a salvageable first half from NCTDK. Best case scenario is they get to 4. They really need to stop the flow of blood, and not sure that I'm convinced that they've been able to do that just yet. A little bit more spam, and NCTDK, a different approach. This is going to be a flash through the smoke for different. It looks like it's caught a couple of members. Still one more, but no trade to come through from E9, and that's gone about as perfectly as you could hope for it to.
Yeah, I mean, get the double, get out alive. Just a bit of a scratch there. Still some util left to delay. Okay. Well,
E9 are certainly not done yet in the round. Bit of a punishing blow at the bottom of the ramp there, but it's certainly not over.
Talent. Not gonna. Oh. Wow.
Sharp shot from Salmon. That flash did not connect onto Talent. It went too deep, but somehow E9 have found their way back into the round, and the bomb plant's going to go down in the smoke. So it was a 5-on-3, and now it's a 3-on-2. E9 have done a great job of cracking their way into A.
You got to imagine NCT just not feeling great in the situation they're in right now. I mean, given the rounds and what.
Noggin.
Oh. I mean, you can see Rice just wants to make 100% sure he can get that kill, and eventually he will not. Yeah, trying to cover.
Defuse.
Yeah, 2 seconds still. They're not finding their target through the smoke, and that's going to be just a firing range for Raijin as he will finish the defuse.
I wonder if they didn't hear the defuse because there was an AWP shot. I think there was an AWP shot timed with the defuse sound.
Yeah, because even for us, it did seem a bit softer than...
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, normally, so...
But this, you can just hear there's not really that much spam going in onto the bomb until it's a little bit too late. And soft one to lose in the end for E9. They'll be disappointed by that. It means that they're going to have to go back to sort of a mix buy, the party mix.
Let's see if that gets them anything.
Well, they're already at the top of ramp, and they're going to be able to throw a bit of util onto A, so...
Yeah, still leaving an option open with Salmon in mid, though.
Flanks in from different.
Expected.
Very expected by E9. Can't pull off that trick too many times in the same half.
And it looks like maybe some calls coming out from Salmon. Just understanding that he's ready to strike on the other parts of the map. Now, you know, NCTDK will reposition, and they'll be here in time to hold in some manner, but the numbers clearly massively advantage for E9. Prodigy doing what he can. Getting 3 alongside Mr. Raijin eventually goes down, but the obsolete position, and E9, it's just 2 members barely left.
Oh, it's the fight through mid, though, from Salmon that makes the difference, and he got the kill in mid, jumps onto jump up, and catches the player in the back on the B side. So 9-3 the scoreline in the end. E9, you can't really complain about that at all. Look, maybe it could have been one more if they would have won the second to last round, the penultimate round of the half, but end of the day, you know, 9-3 is a very good scoreline to find yourself in, and they are looking really, really comfortable on this map. So not seeing NCTDK do enough to convince me that they're going to be able to come back in this map. And I'd say their focus is probably going to be onto Inferno, which is their map pick anyway.
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially, again, when you're talking about these teams that haven't really been able to play internationally too much, haven't faced off against each other, you should be, in theory, much more comfortable on your own map pick. So this one coming out from E9 on Vertigo and showcasing why. See if the story continues in the half, or maybe NCT does surprise us, but that's the point. It would be a surprise if they were able to flip the script a little bit.
Yeah. Well, pissed around, pretty imperative for NCTDK. Or at the very least a bomb plant. And try to fight for the second round. That's a very expensive knife in Salmon's hand, by the way. Probably costs more than it does to even have me at this event.
That's one way to put it in perspective.
So, flights, accommodation included. But we'll see how things go here for E9. A good knife doesn't necessarily get you a round win, but so far so good. Neverland with that opening kill and a pretty hefty setup on the A bomb site.
Yeah, and CT, if they do stick to this, they're going to have a bit of a rude awakening. We'll try to clear out safe with the molly, but the counter smoke coming out right away.
Pop
well
flash.
Aware of it.
Yeah, and E9 just follow off the back of that flash and kind of clear out the ramp. And once once again set themselves up in the power positions. Tick goes down 1 for 1, but he's still got to deal with Salmon, and this guy's kind of a bit of a nut at the moment. He's just going crazy. Eventually does fall, but numbers advantage there for E9, and more than happy with how their pistol round is proceeding.
Yeah, not much health left on Neverland, so he will go down. 2v2 chances opening up for NCTDK. Now E9, they already shifted their forces quite a bit back over to the A side, so if they do push in, it should be a fair 2v2. Oh, Prodigy.
Yeah, these NCTDK guys are pretty good with the Glock, I've realized from yesterday. Different, gonna fake the plan and wins the duel as well. So, pistol there for NCTDK.
All right, well, they got the first step of the way, but it's gonna be a pretty tall staircase to climb. See if they have the endurance to go all the way for the rest of it.
Should just be the save for E9 here.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to take any risks here.
Do have one flash for Salmon, which can be used to set somebody up or set everybody up. Really, I think at this point when you've got 5 USPs, you do need to just be running around as a unit, and they've flashed themselves in through mid, and well, they might just get Mr. Raichan. Eventually, he's going to run out of bullets. He can't kill everybody. It's not a huge win though. It's just a Mac 10, so
yeah,
NCTDK will be fine with losing that gun.
I got the 3 kills with it as well, so
it kind of pays for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And NCT just not taking any chances afterwards, especially with that, Mac 10 potentially just barreling out of the smoke. But now all sights onto the CT side. NCT, surely, shouldn't take any more losses here.
Terry's working hard for him. I'll have a kill with the Mac 10 here, but doesn't seem as though he's going to get it.
Oh, he's still hunting for it though.
What?
What is that?
You know what? I don't blame NCTDK for not expecting that, but they do lose 2 guns to it, so hey, don't question the method, question the result.
Sure, the jump down was not the part of the book I was reading, but
that was a full send.
It works out.
You got to commit to the bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he accomplishes what he set out for, so it does a little bit more damage. And NCT, of course, definitely not feeling good about that, as they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, first gun round for E9 in the half. They would want to once again throw the gauntlet down at NCTDK and just show them, look, you thought you were coming back into this, but reality is that we're going to win this map pretty comfortably and go through to map 2. A lot of spam through that smoke. No one from NCTDK as of yet trying to push up the ramp. Probably a good thing.
Yeah, Tick is making sure that they don't even dream of it. Of course, has a little bit of support from his teammates as well. 3 members looking down the ramp from different angles. I think NCT, hearing the guns, they're starting to put 2 and 2 together.
Opening kill onto Prodigy, so there's the start that E9 is looking for. They've got a couple more players on the ramp as well.
Yeah, that gave them a bit of that extra clue that there should still be members left around ramp or maybe rotating over to A, but that time, works out for NCT. Salmon eventually finishes off the kill, but Raijin, not much health left either.
Little hole in the smoke there for Salmon to exploit, and so gets himself a cheeky one. 10-5, double digits up for E9. Money's still going to be good enough for NCTDK to afford somewhat of an investment. I don't mind the hero AK play here. You've got a couple of AKs, couple of Tech 9s. You can definitely get a lot of work done here. There is some util available to NCTDK as well. And of course, if anyone carrying those AKs does fall, there's decent sets of armor across the board for NCTDK to still make use of those weapons. On the other side of the coin, E9 still struggling for cash a little bit as well, so they have to go for 3 MP9s. Bit of a swing round here. E9 win it. We should be finding ourselves with a pretty quick map victory, but NCTDK can definitely prolong things with a dub right now.
Yeah, that's a good start for them. Keeps down tick. Makes things a little harder for E9 to try to gain any more control of ramp. Of course, still a slew of util, so they'll be able to cycle through that.
Flash is going to go over the top, and Salmon's able to clear out the ramp and come to his team that he's not really seeing much over there. So, as of yet, there hasn't been an extra player floating across the B. We've still got the player on jump up watching mid. But sooner or later, someone's going to have to exit A, or it's going to come down to 2-0 trying to hold on here. But the flashes are a little bit too strong.
Yeah,
the counter util.
Yeah, I mean, they did get stopped for a little bit, a speed bump, but still no backup in time. So 2-0 eventually gets caught.
I mean, the counter util was really good from E9. It kept NCTDK at bay, but not enough. Oh, now it comes down to the retake 2-on-2 after that kill from Neverland. Salmon, I'd just love to see him jump around the corner with the MP9. Smoke's going to go through. And E9 going to have to pull the trigger soon.
Comes. Talent ready for it. 1v1.
Spot for Mr. Raijin to be in, just boosted up on the box. Going to be checked though. In the end, Neverland will hit the shot. Good adjustment, and E9 win a pretty big round, getting themselves up to 11. And let's have a look at the money here for NCTDK. It's a little bit lackluster. You want to be seeing around 4K on most members to have a decent buy on the T side. They're about 1,000 short of that for the majority.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations when you consider the score line. I mean, sure, you know, there's some reason for a bit of an investment, but hard to all in on it.
Yeah, gonna have to take the half buy and fight for OT, assuming you lose this round, which, you know, with Deagles and Tech9s, you can definitely still make something happen, but E9 are looking really solid. I'm not expecting them to drop this round. Util's getting tossed in on the ramp side as well, and Salmon, oh, he opens the account nicely, but wasn't as clean of a spray as what he needed to be able to double down.
NCT does have to slow down a bit, though. That speed bump. Oh, good adjustment from Talent to finish off the kill.
Famous thing there for Terry. Not really enjoying that weapon. Counter util's getting tossed in there by E9, but not able to deny the bomb plan. And NCTDK all of a sudden looks like they might have a chance of winning this round. You do have some decent retake util with the molly and the smoke for 2-0. There's the smoke. Getting tossed in towards side hole. Molly's going to go into sandbag. That should be a free kill. Decent start for E9, but great trade back from Prodigy.
Now already making it a bit more difficult, but Neverland gets the quick double.
They think it's side hole.
Oh, they have no idea. Stops the defuse, and Raijin just playing with the time here. Doesn't quite finish the kill, but I think it should be enough.
He's got time. I think he's got time. Yeah, maybe he just missed out on it. No. It was so close.
It was very close, yeah.
Yeah, he just needed a cleaner kill on the ramp. Like, the ramp peak took him, you know, a good second to actually get the kill. It wasn't just a clean headshot, and that's the difference maker.
Yeah, if he swung around and got it instantly, that would have made the difference.
I don't know why they thought it was side hole. I mean, thing is, like, they hadn't seen anyone from side hall, so they would have potentially assumed, all right, this guy's been stuck behind the smoke. He's going to swing when we hit the defuse. But he was on the ramp instead.
Yeah, I mean, it must have just been the fact that when they were fighting for Prodigy, you know, they saw Pixie peeking out as well, no other response, so they just kind of assume it's the other side beyond the smoke.
This will be another one for NCTDK, just to build that number up one more time.
I mean, suddenly things are looking quite up for NCT, right? And it does feel like they're also feeling much more comfortable about playing their own game and understanding, you know, how they want to control E9 a little bit from the T side.
Well, it's not over until it's over. We very much saw that yesterday between TYLOO and Mongols. Mongols coming back from a 12-7 deficit it was at one point.
Yeah, that
go
one.
on and win that.
Yeah, both sides very close to rounding out the entire map. Didn't quite get there for some time, though.
Yeah, a lot of map points. Still not quite there yet for E9, but they'll get a buy through into this round. Maybe a bit of a confidence builder for NCTDK.
Sure.
Hopefully.
I mean, it's not map point just yet, so that will have an impact for sure. finally feeling comfortable in a position economically as well. Need to ramp things up, of course. I mean, the moment they lose a round, it goes over that point to E9, so not too much to read into it, but surely makes them feel at least a bit more leisurely.
That's a very deep smoke from Terry out toward the B side of the map, and Tuo's there with him as well. So they've got a lot of info over toward B. There's really nothing happening over there, which should be communicated to the A players. And as a result, they're going to just play a little bit safer. Molly onto the top of ramp. Salmon's got some counter util ready. That Molly's going to land right at the feet of NCTDK and deny them from pushing up the ramp.
Lots of hits as well, but wasn't quite ready for different already. Sneaking through.
Oh, man. Oh. Decent trade from Salmon again, but he is kind of stuck at the sandbags. He doesn't want to exit. He doesn't have any backup here at all. He needs someone to come across with some flashes, with some util. And I don't think there really is any from Terry or Tuo, so kind of been able to get away scot-free. The MP9 in the back. Not able to strike. NCTDK well on their way toward the B bomb site, but they might even be beaten there by Terry.
Terry was already on the move. Both of them get spotted against each other. Terry's almost had a chance.
Yeah. Wasn't super coordinated from NCTDK. Salmon even in here pretty quick as well. If he can get dispatch of that player planting the bomb, I'm not sure he's going to expect someone quite so close behind E-Box, but the smoke, he's suspicious.
Yeah. Doesn't want to cross off anything. Still has some time.
Thing is, different could be literally anywhere at this point. Salmon's obviously making a fair bit of noise, so different has 100% got the advantage. Looking for tapping on the bomb. Smoke's going to go down somehow. He hasn't been spotted. Now he's tapping and sitting, and it doesn't matter because different has the lineup.
Yeah, closes the gap enough as well. Oh, 8-11. That started a 3-9 half here for NCTDK.
Reminiscent of the Onslayers ACME game where we sort of thought that was a bit of a foregone conclusion on Vertigo, and
you're right, actually. It was on Vertigo, huh?
Maybe we were fooled. T-sided map today, that is for sure.
Yeah, and surely it gets closer after this round as well. So NCT, I mean, the pressure going massively onto E9, where they've got to switch some things up. I'm curious to see if we're going to maybe see a tech pause called after this one as well.
Yeah, there would definitely be a good time for E9 to pull it through. They'd still have the lead. They would have a bye next round. I think assuming they lose this, which they probably will, I'm definitely on board with that as a decision.
Yeah, and NCT, of course, not wanting to take any risks. They got this far. Don't want it to be all for naught. Flash going to keep Pixie pinned behind the sandbags, but his teammates will be there for him. And I mean, it was a matter of time before E9 felt that they had to make a move.
Neverland's he's not sure what's going on. I shouldn't be alive anymore. 9-11 the scoreline though. E9 having a much more difficult time of closing this map out than anticipated. And if they lose this one here, well, they might not even close the map out at all, because NCTDK might then come storming through for a win.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they would get right up to the doorstep, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the game to be like super one-sided, but it did seem like it was headed in that direction until we swapped halves.
Yeah, I mean, just the coordination, and of course, I mean, sure, on the T side, you're the one who has to take the initiative, but all that stuff that we saw in the first half from E9, not really even giving much of a chance of it here on the CT. See, trying to drop Pixie out. He would have loved to get out at least alive, try to regroup with his team, but that should give some good info over to E9 side. You see on the radar, quick movements from them as well off of it. So Raijin and Prodigy just drawing out a bit more attention on the B side, making sure that E9 can't be too sure of any information as they do set up to regain some control of ramp. Tick spots a second of it, it seems.
Yeah, he's sort of solo here, though, on the A side, so he doesn't want to overcommit to that fight. He's going to call for the rotation back across from Salmon, which maybe NCTDK were relying on because they're going to go back to B now. Prodigy being able to clear out the stairs position. Trouble is, there's already 2 players on B, plus a fast rotator in mid as well.
Yeah, not going to be the attack they bargained for. For now, a 1-for-1 trade, but numbers still favor V9. 3 members still here, and they have no idea that Terry would have been there.
Yeah, they didn't clear it out. They didn't throw a Molotov in that direction. He even peeked, and no one was looking in his direction. So Tick and Salmon 2 on 1. They can deny the bomb plan here pretty comfortably, and that should be the round over and done with. 9 to 12 now, and E9 are 1 round away from closing out the map. It was a stoic attempt. A good comeback from NCTDK, but might not quite be enough, and they're going to falter at the 11th hour.
Yeah, I mean, that you got to feel a little bit for NCTDK because they put on a good show for it. But at the same time, I mean, it really felt like it should have been simply a matter of time before E9 got to that map point. And it took us a couple more rounds to get there, but here we are. 12 to 9, round 22.
Sunset wins the race right now for NCTDK. They've got the smoke at the bottom of the ramp. Just spamming through to see if they can find an opening pick, but no one from E9 obliging.
Well,
some util of their own.
Yeah, not really much of a presence being made known on the B side either, so NCT seems fairly set on pushing through on ramp. Molly will hold them back for a bit, but Pixie not quite spotted immediately. Neverland eventually gets the trade.
Yeah, it was a bit of a messy spray there from, I think it might have been Salmon. Or it might have been Tick. It doesn't really matter. Either way, they went down, and now it's on to Neverland to try to hold on here. He's kind of cooked, but very well done to grab 2 before he fell, and Terry has sort of lurked out into an unexpected position. Famous in hand, swing's going to come through here from 2-0, and has won the duel, so 13 to 9 will be the inevitable score, I should say, for E9 as they finish off the map. And NCTDK will be a little bit disappointed because they worked hard.
Yeah.
But not hard enough.
Yeah, I got 4 in a row from round 17 onward. And it looks like that got them right up to the doorstep, but not quite close enough to ring the doorbell. That's going to be E9 who closes out. Now, I think on the flip side, NCT, you kind of look at this and say, okay, if we were able to regroup for that second half and bring it this far, maybe on our pick, we should feel a lot more comfortable. I mean, now it's got to be a question of can you close it out, right? I mean, assuming that both sides start the way they would on their own pick. So maybe that's a little bit of a confidence boost. Yeah, definitely. You really got to wonder how different that map could have been had they started reasonably, rather than just getting absolutely crushed for, it was like, what, 8 rounds in a row? Yeah, 7 rounds, yeah.
Seven rounds in a row, so 7-0. If that's even like a 5-2 or something like that, then that actually ends up being either an overtime or actually even an NCTDK win. If everything else plays the same. So, yeah, I mean, NCTDK probably a bit disappointed to start things off that way. I don't know if you can, really blame nerves or stage fright or anything like that, because they played yesterday on the stage, so probably just a bit of a slow start today for NCTDK, which, unfortunately, they've been punished for. Yeah, and, at the same time, E9, feeling very good about playing their own game. I mean, they kind of just went through the motions after a certain point on that T side in the first half. Neverland still putting up quite the numbers, but at the end of the day, they will be able to eventually close out with everyone pulling through in the second half towards the end. Yeah, overall solid performance from Neverland, from E9 Esports, and I mean, definitely well backed up as well. A couple of players in there to mention. Salmon, I thought, was also pretty solid. Had a couple of impact frags coming through as well. 2-0 almost felt like an unsung hero. Yeah. Didn't really find myself talking too much about 2-0 there, but when you take a look at the stats at the end of the game, was always contributing, going pretty even, anchoring that B bomb side as well on the CT side. It's a bit of a forgotten role, so you give some credit where it's due, and overall E9, good win, but need to do a little bit more if they want to make sure that they 2-0 this series, considering they're going into NCTDK's map pick. I don't know though, will you expect to see Mr. Raijin, for example, going 21 or more frags in map 2? Right. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean,
if you're able to do that, then maybe, you know, it actually favors them in going into map 3 for NCTDK, but that's what it's going to take. So that was map 1. Of course, it was E9's pick on Vertigo. Next up, it's going to be Inferno, which is going to be brought out from NCTDK. We'll see if they can tie it up in this best of 3. Don't go anywhere.
ZOWIE has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, ZOWIE has designed multiple mouse shapes. Among symmetrical claw grip designs, the FK mouse series is widely known. The shape of most ZOWIE mouse series in the past were primarily designed to accommodate significant horizontal movements, commonly found in games like Counter-Strike. In response to the growing emphasis on multi-angle and agile movement in FPS games, we began developing U2 many years ago based on feedback from ZOWIE enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design combined with the overall curve of the back reduces the thumb angle, which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curved design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among ZOWIE users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. DIAC technology reduces ghosting in fast game scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DIAC stands out with its distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DIAC functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, ZOWIE adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, ZOWIE advances DIAC technology with its latest improvement featuring dual backlight design, the DIAC 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay. Please DM us if you have any questions. We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control,
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back. I'm with talent from NCTDK from Vietnam. Now, what's kind of cool is at EXTREMESLAND, it's not often that we see Vietnamese teams. It's been a while, actually, if at all. How does it feel to be representing Vietnam?
好，我们也是请来了来自越南战队的 talent 应该是这是我们第一次有就全越南的5个人都是越南人的这样的队伍来参加我们的极限之地，那么感受怎么样？
Firstly, I want to say hello, guys. Hello, sir, ma'am. I'm Talent from NCTDK and from Vietnam. To be honest, I feel very, proud because not only me but also my teammates as well, because we have a chance to, represent Vietnam to join this amazing tournament, 2023 CS Asia Cup, and yeah, really excited.
我的名字叫 Talent， 我是一名来自这个越南队伍的队员啊，也是非常的荣幸非常的自豪能代表我们越南来参加这个极限之地的比赛，极限之地的比赛也办得非常的好。
That's really great to hear. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us a bit about your professional esports background.
来介绍一下，先介绍一下你自己的这个电竞的生涯。
I have played this game CS:GO like for more than 5 years, and I've been in like 4 or 5 teams. I don't remember, but how to say? I don't consider myself as a professional player, just player.
就我已经加入过四五个这个越南的战队了啊，我也打了差不多5年多 CS 了，但是我不认为我是一个职业选手，我只是一名选手。
Very, very modest of you. Very humble. And let's talk a bit about the game because we're going to be going into the second game of the day.
对，我还有一个问题啊，就是你们的队名到底是什么意思 ？So I have a question for you. What does NCTDK mean?
NCTDK mean boys wearing glass, like we are nearsighted, and all of us wearing like glasses. So that's why NCTDK means những chàng trai đeo kính means boys wearing glasses.
他们的队名的意思就是戴着眼镜的男孩们啊。Okay, so one last question. 你们刚才就图一的话，一开始落后比较多，但后来感觉翻回来了，但最后还是输掉了。那么你们在图二会有什么调整 ？So for map one, you guys, you guys were losing, pretty big, but then you guys made a little comeback. But unfortunately, you guys couldn't come through. So what are some adjustments that you're gonna make in map two?
For the first one, we feel a bit like sad and regret, but I think we will keep this secret for the next match. Let's see how we do.
就我们图一其实输掉了也挺遗憾的，但是我们图二还是有秘密武器的可以期待一下我们图二的表现。
Well, thank you so much, Talent. We are going to go into game 2 in this best of 3. Oh, you have something you want to say?
Last but not least, I want to say thanks, ZOWIE, for giving us this amazing chance to explore Chinese, like Chinese food, Chinese people. They are so friendly, and something like that. I'm really appreciate.
好，最后想跟大家说一下，感谢卓威给我们这个来参赛的机会。然后呢，他们一直带着我们可以吃到中国非常美味的美食啊，也是感谢卓威。
Yeah, I think we're all very thankful for them and the experience. All right, with that, are you ready to get into game 2?
好，准备好了吗？哇，让我们感谢越南选手 Talent。
All right, great to hear from Talent from NCTDK. I think probably everyone's favorite part of that interview is okay. Their team name means boys with glasses.
Yeah.
As a fellow glasses guy, now I am a big NCTDK fan.
As a fellow guy who probably should have glasses,
there you
I
go.
too am also a fan. Haven't got around to that myself yet. But did you even see on the jersey? It's like glasses on the jersey.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right. I did notice that before. I was like, I don't know why that's
What's
there.
the
but
pattern? It's actually like glasses. Yeah.
Now it all comes together.
So they
but
put a bit of effort into that as a brand. So I don't know if that's like an actual org. I assume it's just a bunch of guys playing. But they got jerseys and stuff. And
there you go.
There's a little ZOWIE sponsor in the corner as well.
Looks pretty good. Yeah, exactly. So they're working towards something. I mean, I think you kind of get a good grasp of where they've been at, though, right? I mean, Talent saying, okay, well, I've been playing for several years, actually, hopping around on different rosters and teams. But I wouldn't quite call myself a pro yet, right? Not feeling like he's really gotten over that jump. And again, I mean, these are the stages that you want to start to get to try to get over that and start to climb up into the upper, I guess, echelon of Asian CS.
Yeah, probably very difficult to be considered a pro player coming from Vietnam when it's CS that's concerned. Because, look, as far as Vietnam is concerned, we don't see any of their teams competing on even they don't really even make it into open qualifiers necessarily.
Sure.
We very rarely see them even in open qualifiers. And if they do, they're usually not going to last into the deeper stages of the open qualifiers, so very rarely do they even go further than that, and certainly not to the international events. So it's about building that up for Vietnam once again. I feel like Vietnam's never really been a super strong CS playing nation. We did have Crazy Guy back in the day. Everyone used to love Crazy Guy. I think he might have moved over to Valorant.
He's actually the lone Vietnamese representative for Pacific for Valorant as well.
And the thing was, like, he was always the outstanding talent from Vietnam in CS as well. So it's not a region that's had a huge amount of success actually when it's come to Counter-Strike, but it's kind of cool to see them represented again. And again, it looks like Talent is a really nice guy. His English was great. It's good to hear from him, and it's a good story for these guys as well to be here. But we'll see if they can actually manage to keep that story going any longer, because it seems like a pretty tough ask at the moment against E9, who, without a doubt, did batter them a little bit in that first map. And there you go. You can see the glasses on them.
There you go.
The jersey.
Yeah. It's all the glasses just chained together. But take a look at Prodigy, his settings over for the XL2546X monitor as well on stage. Again, if you have your own at home, feel free to check that out and copy it over. Again, I do find it interesting that everyone seems to be using some sort of different combination of the monitor settings.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a comfort thing. I think generally speaking, When it comes to CS, you're probably going to see a lot of digital vibrance. I mean, here it's called color vibrance, but I think for most English speakers, you probably know that as digital vibrance. You'll sort of see that in a lot of cases as far as CS is concerned, because usually it was a pretty dull game in terms of like the color palette. But CS2 has made it a little bit brighter, that's for sure. But I think it's certainly, still something that most players like to shoot up. And then I feel like black equalizer is really a preference thing. Some people like to be able to see the blacks a little bit easier, and some people prefer not to. But either way, not the conversation at hand. The conversation is going to, of course, turn to Inferno, which will be map 2 in the series, and a must-win for NCTDK if they want to stay alive and go through to the next match, which will be up against NKT for a slot in tomorrow's games.
Yeah, of course. You know, one more best of 3 at hand for whoever wins this match. So it's going to be a long and grueling day, and of course, not an easier match by any means.
No, a more difficult one, actually, it should be said. But E9, they've already tasted how it's like to play against NKT. I'm sure they'd love to have another bite at the cherry. Tick in a good spot here with the dualies, should be able to double down, but in fact actually just loses his life to a jumping Talent, who's got another kill on the way in.
Yeah, I mean, Talent perhaps a bit closer than Ticket bargained for on that jump out, so not able to land the first shot. Oh, I mean, Pixie has to clean it up first. New space for Different to pick one off as well, and that should be the round for NCT.
They're going to swing together and make sure that's 100%ed. Wow, NCTDK, what a great start. Huge pistol round, and it looked like it was a good setup for E9, but they just got crushed.
Yeah, I mean, I think also just the speed of it, right? As soon as Tick goes down, not quite prepared for the fact that NCTDK is just going to barrel through a banana like that. So E9 losing 2 members, not at the timing they would have wished for. And of course, E9 not going to double down on anything. Not much they would have gained from the pistol, only 1 kill.
An investment from E9 in this round, so for the USB set. Just going to set themselves up at brackets and see if they can build a firing squad just in case NCTDK heads in this direction. But on that T side default, not a whole lot happening. NCTDK more than happy to bide their time. They know they've got plenty of it. Don't want to be making any mistakes here, running into a stack or giving up a gun that could potentially snowball the round. Slowly working their way through Banana and haven't really run into any resistance over there, so they've got to be starting to wonder, I wonder where these E9 guys are set up.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a glimpse here in mid as well, but only 1 member, so not too much to count for that. Prodigy going to go on a bit of an adventure through apartments, though. Could spell trouble for him if he ventures too far, but there's no reason for him to either. Yeah, it seems like that's enough for them to understand, of course, with the flashbang coming out as well. All right, firing range for Different.
Solid stuff.
Yeah, stop at 3. But
you'd like to see more kills on the Mac 10, but hey, can't be too mad about it. It should be a retrievable Galil as well. So all the rifles go through, which is a more than acceptable result for NCTDK. They're happy with that. But now let's see what we're going to get from E9. They struggled a little bit on the CT side of Vertigo. If they go down pretty heftily here to kick things off on Inferno, then yeah, we definitely will be staring down the barrel of another 3-mapper for the day.
Yeah, could be very likely. I mean, we said it at the start of the match with these 2 teams. None of the results should be too shocking. You know, you could have your preferences, but based on what we saw in map 1, this round should start to give us a bit of an inkling if it's going to be all the way. Prodigy waiting for a response, but of course no reason to peek out just yet. Nothing set up.
Yeah, you get the idea that NCTDK don't want to go anywhere too quickly on this T side. Preferring a bit more of a methodical approach. Get their util down. They can obviously molly off sandbags. Take control of that. So we're just going to go into arch side of brackets and the flash through as well. Catches Tick completely. Good trades in the end and well done from NCTDK. Just a good flood of T's coming through into brackets. The spacing perfect as well. No one getting caught by the spray after their teammate died, and they just barrel their way into the bomb site. Perfection from NCTDK. NCTDK, what a take.
Yeah, and I mean, Pixie was hanging out, still heard the shot coming out from 2 as well, so waiting for, you know, a potential pick here. Now, of course, E9 not going to risk anything in what seems like an unlikely round, so we'll just be content, now, perhaps not mentally, but at least in game, to keep the 2 FAMASes in their hands.
Yeah, not really a great prize for E9, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't know about you, but I'm just not a fan of the FAMAS at all. A lot of people said that in CS2 is better, though, so I don't know, but never, ever felt that that gun has been the gun for me. I mean, for me, if it's like, if I don't have an M4, I'm going to buy an MP9. You know? I'd rather buy an MP9 than a FAMAS.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you on that, actually.
That gun doesn't shoot straight for me.
Definitely all the gun's fault.
Well, yeah, I need every help I can get, and having a gun that doesn't shoot straight definitely doesn't help me.
Trust me. Right there with you.
3-0 though for NCTDK. We're probably not going to see too much resistance from E9 in this one with just a couple of FAMASes and, you know, some pistols to round it out. There's a bit of util here and there. This would have to go pretty disastrously wrong for NCTDK to find a win.
Yeah, and given how they've been playing it so far, there's never been a reason for them to get impatient, so can't imagine this will get any worse. Good chunk of damage onto Pixie from that HE, though.
Decent chip damage. I think at this point, if you're E9, you kind of just have to sort of take a bit of a gamble. And I don't mind sending that extra player over toward the A bomb site, you know, go for the 4-1 split. And I sort of hope that NCTDK don't go toward B. They've got a lot of presence in Banana. They've got the deep smoke, re-smoked as well. You're hearing Salmon fire a few shots off with that FAMAS every now and then. Ooh, cheeky peek.
Oh, not able to find his target, though. And that also lets them know that, you know, the 2 FAMASes have been kind of split up across the map, so see what NCT does with that.
Again, E9 are sending their forces back toward B now. That might not be a bad read at all. Pop Flash is going to go in there to allow Salmon to get a bit of vision, sets himself up at sandbags.
Oh, E9's not just able to make up their mind here.
Yeah, that's the problem. If E9 would have stayed...
Yeah, you just got to stick to your guns at a certain point. Salmon only good for 1. It's not going to mean much.
Yeah, if he would have had another player there to help him out just on the second angle, it would have been a different story. But NCTDK comfortably into the bomb site. And it's a role reversal, really, from what we saw in the first map. E9 were off to a belter of a start on map 1, and now NCTDK doing the same thing right back to them.
Just 2 Deagles and a FAMAS. E9 all grouped up, but not going to really find much of an opening with no util to try to get into the site at all for the retake. Looking to see if he can just take away any of the weaponry, and not even that. Give it over to him.
Yeah, no success at all for E9 today on Inferno. None of these rounds have looked close. But they'll be back into the Buyers Club for the next round, so maybe that'll change things up. Let's have a look and see what we're going to get. AWP out for Tick, yet to find himself a frag. 2-0 the same, no frags in the map so far. And a good spread of util on pretty much everyone except for Tick. A couple of defuse kits. It's not a bad buy at all for E9. Gonna get the deep mid smoke this time around. So I wonder if that means that E9 is going to try to do something aggressive in through mid here. The molly towards stairs. And this is it. This is exactly why that smoke is there. So that Tick can do that, but he wasn't expecting Talent to just spam through the smoke and kill him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, kind of hoping that NCT gives full respect to the smoke. And I wouldn't fault them, right? NCT's been quite slow at the start of each round. Kind of respecting the util, happy to just wait things out. Tick takes a big risk, and the AWP now on the ground.
Someone's going to have to find a way to get that frag back. Oh, shots don't really land there onto Prodigy. Neverland is under a lot of pressure in pit right now. Pit site crossfire, it's a good one, but only 2 players to hold the A bomb site. These B rotators, they've dropped the bomb!
Oh, that is big! Stops any sort of extra pressure coming out from NCT. Frees up Neverland for the moment.
Yeah, but you're just taking that fight against an AWP. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to go too well. Still, Salmon is there to hold on. NCTDK only sent 1 player back. They know Salmon's there still.
It's fight for fight here. Different winning this. That should tie up Neverland, and NCTDK should have the leisure to pick up the bomb.
Yeah, I think E9 have sort of fumbled it a little bit there. They had a really good opportunity, having dropped the bomb, to just have the 2 players set up a crossfire, T-stairs and maybe in banana, and make it really difficult for NCTDK to get that bomb back. But it seemed like they were in 2 minds. You know, one of the players wanted to fight, the other wanted to back off a little bit and drop aggro. And in the end, NCTDK had the players where they needed to, and so they get that bomb back, and 5-0 is going to be the scoreline. And E9 just finding absolutely no success here on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, even the shots themselves, right? Just not able to connect the way you would want on contact, so not getting any of these clean kills either. That doesn't help.
No. I mean, this is a fantastic sign, though, for NCTDK, because, you know, they looked reasonably competitive on that first map, and it would be a bit of a shame to see them go out 0-2. And with every passing round, it seems less and less likely that that is going to be the case.
Find it. Well, yeah, different. Brought way too low to reattempt that. 5-0 start for the Vietnamese squad.
It does sort of worry me that neither of these teams really seem to be super comfortable on the CT side. So I don't know if you can really rest on your laurels here if you're NCTDK. Try to get as much as possible in that first half, because the second half might not be quite so easy to close out.
Yeah, surely the beginning of a pattern so far.
Another open up.
Off still in the hands of Mr. Raijin. Got some good numbers on the first map, and now setting Pixie up to continue pushing through Banana as well for a double.
Just so clean through the map, aren't they? Just, they've got an answer for everything. These were the small seeds that we saw getting planted yesterday from NCTDK. They were never given time to flourish in the game that they played, but now against a weaker opposition, you're actually seeing what that can grow into for NCTDK, and it's looking like a pretty good start to the map, 6-0.
See if they can take over that 7th streak that E9 had at the first half of Vertigo. See if they can go past that, make this an even cleaner map too. Does look like we do have a pause coming through. We'll see of what sort.
I think that's a tech pause.
Yeah, it does seem like it.
Not sure what it is, whose side of the stage it is, but hopefully that'll get sorted out in due time. I mean, you know, we've had a pretty good run so far. CS is one of those games which somewhat regularly has tech issues. So far we've been pretty blessed, actually, at this event. There was a little bit yesterday, but
small.
Not even really much longer than a couple of minutes per tech pause, so we've been quite fortunate. It would be about time, you know, for something bad to happen, because this whole event has actually been
very smooth.
Very smooth. It's been really good.
I mean, we were talking about it, you know, whether it's, you know, CS or whatnot, just doing events overseas, and you know, for anyone who's been watching, you know, any type of esport for a long time, you know, even though it feels like the world should have gotten much better with all tech, it's tough. It's tough to sort everything out.
Yeah.
And then of course you got new players every time, and so far it's been good. So, you know,
I think CS as well is quite unique in the way that, like, the server hosting needs to be done, and the adminning needs to be done, and this kind of stuff. It's not so easy as to just plug and play, right? It's not
a lot more moving parts.
You don't just start a lobby in the game like, I don't know, for example, Overwatch, right? You can start a competitive lobby in that game and just play the game. It doesn't really work like that when it comes to CS. So it's not just about the tech and having everything going to plan that way. You also need the people to know how to run the events.
I mean, it's funny you mentioned that, because I think back to the old days when I was back in the States. We were running just like a fun show match with CS at the time with just the crowd. So at the end of the day, not a big deal, but it did turn out that, you know, most of our admins hadn't had experience setting that up. So a lot of the small things kind of going awry, and we had to delay that for a little bit, the show matches, so the fans had to wait.
I once had a tournament that I did where the admins were first-time CS admins, and the first round, like, that players could run around and buy guns anywhere. Like there was no, buy zone, and then the next round it was like, there was no, I don't know, like they couldn't drop their guns. I think if they dropped their gun, it just disappeared. It was just like, what have you even possibly done to the server for it to be doing this? But
it's funny how crazy things can get, right?
Yeah, it got absolutely wild. Anyway, that one got delayed by multiple days, but it's all good. 6-0 is the scoreline as we jump back into it. Again, like we said, short tech pause. Love to see that. Great work from everyone involved here at EXTREMESLAND. Perfect World, I'm sure, assisting on the side as well, so they deserve a bit of a credit. And hopefully for E9, they will be able to get some credit to their name as well in this round, because they desperately need it to get the ball rolling on map 2.
Yeah, I am much more aggressive here on the banana side, just trying to make sure to keep control of it rather than trading util for util. Does feel the pressure. Can't find the timing to step out, Pixie.
Yep.
Just one last check through the smoke.
Just nothing going right for E9 at all. That doesn't happen every day of the week, like that kill.
Oh, there you go. I was about to see, is it going to be this one that goes their way?
It's a very nice grenade from Salmon.
Yeah, but not enough to stop the rest of the forces, as they've already made up their mind.
Well, that's a good kill and hasn't been forced away from Nubox. The Molotov hasn't actually connected. It's gone to second oranges instead. And Salmon somehow has been given way too much room to work. That trade should come through from Tick here as well. And the bomb plant, well, it won't be denied, but the round will be won by E9, and that is solely off the back of Salmon. You mentioned it as well. Good counter util coming through from E9. Those players rotating in through CT spawn, helping him out, but he did the job to begin with. The first kill was so clean, and he got the second one almost before NCTDK was really in a position to even frag him. So overall, excellent stuff holding onto that B bomb site, but it's going to take more than just one individual winning a solid site hold to actually come back into this map for E9. They need to really lift as a squad.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect that to happen every round of the map. And even then, I mean, it started with that HE, so even that is not a guarantee to begin with, no matter how confident you feel. So see if that, gives a little bit of breathing room for E9 to readjust as a team. And we will see Tick joining the forces, returning to a heavier presence on banana so far. Oh no! Thought he had a bit more room, but was a little late to that recognition.
Yep. Well, another small piece of fortune for E9, which is what they needed. And now they have banana control. So I'm just going to leave the AWPer Tick to watch banana. There's actually a second player there with him for the moment. Doesn't quite manage to land that shot. It's a difficult one, to be fair, when someone's shouldering the corner. I honestly thought E9 might have rotated an extra player over to A, which would prove very beneficial at this point.
Yeah, but still a little scared on the B side as well. But Neverland and Terry will hold the fort.
It's looking much better for E9 off the back of that tech pause. This would be a fantastic round to win if you had decent numbers of guns alive, because obviously E9 need to get back in control of their economy before they can really start mounting a proper comeback. But this is a good start. Like I said, remember, both teams have looked better on their T side so far today, so NCTDK won't want to see this one slip too far.
No, definitely not. All things considered, especially when you're playing against other teams like yourselves, who maybe don't have as much experience and things like that. Everything counts. Momentum, the score, all of that. And I mean, E9, we talked about it in the middle of the first map as well, but sure, they haven't been at the top of the competition, but they've been around for a lot of competitions here in China. So you don't want to give them that chance to claw back into a map like this. Prodigy just wanted to stay alive, but can't make it through that last second.
Still going to be able to get an AK into his hands, so that's all good.
And finally, E9 getting into a comfort zone, as you mentioned. So carrying over all that weaponry, feeling like they've found a bit of a sweet spot. Deep smoke in mid as well.
Well, it's imperative really for E9 to keep going. 2 rounds is definitely not going to be enough. Lots of util getting invested into Banana from both teams. Smokes everywhere. There's an answering grenade, but it actually hasn't done any damage. Still, Tick's able to hit the opening kill with that AWP. Bit of an AWP battle back and forth, but in the end, Tick's able to strike.
Yeah, Tick had a couple good shots with the up yesterday as well, so good to see that continues to really fill those shoes well for E9. And you know, if this is a start to something for the rest of the first half here on CT, then E9 should be feeling a lot more confident. Set up for 2-0 on that pop flash. Gets one, is prepared for the second, but not able to finish it.
Lucky for NCTDK that they don't go any further forward there, because the nades would have certainly done a number onto them, but still a good angle for Tick to be on. He does just get more aggressive and needs to rely on Salmon, who has been having a pretty good time over toward B now. Don't worry about it. If Salmon's alive, the B side is safe.
Seems to be the case. NCT, it does look like, you know, that one round, they get stopped by Salmon for a bit, and now even Banana Control itself not really going their way. That's really stumped them. You know, you kind of have, sure, your default members, one mid, one in apps, but if you're not able to put any more pressure on Banana, that gives E9 the room to explore and retake control on the other side as well. So, hoping to see a bit more of a change here. Granted, a bit of a weaker round, not all the util you would want.
Presence being shown again by E9 toward Banana, but this time they've lost the first player. That's Terry up in apartments. A site now weakened, which is going to mean an extra rotator comes across from B, and in turn the B site now is weakened. They've left 2-0 over toward B solo and brought Tick back across. Or Salmon rather back across, I should say, from the B site. Tick was always on A.
It's a bit of that change as well. See what Tua can potentially do, but for now the main force is eye set on A. Crossfire through the smoke though. Oh, not able to finish all the fights, and NCTDK will not falter at the first sight of things.
Salmon's going to be disappointed in himself there. Should have got the kill on the Pixie for sure. If he would have, this round was very winnable. Talent and different so low.
Yeah, I mean all members really. So
yeah. It's just those little things that make a big difference. It could have been a 2-on-2 favorable for E9, but just must have missed some shots. I don't know if we'll get a replay of it from his perspective, but it seemed like it did seem like he was caught off. He didn't expect someone there, but even then, he had more than enough time to make the raw adjustment and just completely whiffed by the looks of it.
Well, the round going back NCT's way. After 3 given over, but 2-0 is here. Should be able to clean up too. Maybe the third? No, different. Just strikes from the side, but does keep him tied up enough, of course, very low. So that will keep them at bay a little bit, economically speaking. Of course, only 2 more rounds though, so NCT, if they're able to win this one, they should be set for the last round of the half.
Yeah, money's a bit of an interesting spot here for E9. They'd really love to win this one, so it's not part of the conversation anymore. Change up. Neverland's going to be able to push down to mid. He's got himself into a cheeky spot. He's got the help of Tick, but it's going to end up having to be a trade from Tick in the end. So not quite to plan for E9.
Yeah, you would have loved to do a bit more damage and or, I mean, push NCT back entirely. But Salmon back in his spot on the B side. That's where you want to see him if you're E9.
Salmon's a bit of a gaming god when he's on the B side of the map.
Yeah, it looks very different. Become that immovable wall. Starts to push forward as well. I mean, you know, just feeling confident, playing for the team, really. Making sure that they keep their eyes trained onto brackets.
Well, smoke's gone onto arch side, so NCTDK have actually been able to creep out. It's this balcony position that's going to be a bit of a problem as well. Tick's really relying on his teammates to help him out, and now he's in a spot of bother, so he's going to have to back up into the site itself and play a closer angle. 2-0's there. making sure that arch side is clear. So Tick only has to focus on this one line. NCTDK will fall prey to that. It's not necessarily a smoke bang, though the kill feed would say that it is. And it seems that E9 might be able to get through this round cleanly enough to have a buy into the next one. Swings in there from 2-0. Good work from those A holders. 7-4. Last round of the half coming up, and still a big one for E9.
Yeah, I mean, if E9 can claw all the way back into 5-7, especially considering that we started with a 6-0 scoreline for NCTDK, I think they'd be very happy at the half. Meanwhile, NCTDK probably already a little bit miffed in the situation they're put in, especially with the economics of things in the last round of the half.
5-9, it feels like it's anybody's game.
Yeah.
We go to 8-4 though. Probably backing NCTDK to finish it off.
See what they, I mean, clearly they're in the same boat here, taking that tack pause to try to secure that 8th round.
Yeah, quite an important one.
I mean, fair spread of util to make something happen with the Tech 9s, one Deagle and Prodigy.
And of course, opportunities like this don't come around every day, particularly for a Vietnamese team, so they'd want to be staying in the tournament for as long as possible. Love to have a crack against NKT. Long road ahead though for NCTDK if that's to be the case.
Making sure that E9 can't get cheeky again in mid. That's, you know, about a third of the utility originally started with for NCTDK. So, lots of everything for the time being. Salmon, though. Yeah, Salmon and 2-0. The crossfire. Immovable wall.
That didn't. Yeah. I mean, they're just going to jump through a smoke one by one. You know, that's what's going to happen. Salmon's been a little bit too solid over toward that B bomb site to be falling for that trick. Like you said, he had the backup of 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, sure, relying on the flashes, you didn't have much to work with. You know, I do get it, but credit to Salmon. Has been very good on that B side. Truly the spotlight here for E9 and how they were able to get those 5 rounds in the first half and now make this an absolutely winnable map for them.
I mean, pistol's still going to be super important, obviously. Down 6-0 at the start of the map. It's always going to be tough to come back. You're going to need things to go your way. Second half pistol on the T side, you know, make sure that the CT economy is unsettled from the outset. Equalize the round differential. That would be the dream start for E9 right here, but for NCTDK, a real chance to actually close this map out. 7-5 is definitely not a bad shout in the first half of a map that, you know, tends to be a bit more of a 50-50 these days, like a 6-6 scoreline. Wouldn't really be too surprising in a lot of cases.
See what it is for NCTDK. Going with that stack on the A side, only different on B with a smoke to perhaps delay a bit, defuse as well, so goal being to stay alive and just buy time for backup.
Jerry's going to jump into apartments. Or think about it. Making a fair bit of noise. Just the one player toward B. It's a full retake setup from NCTDK on B. And the B player is also the guy that's got the kit. So if he goes down...
I mean, that's the entire game plan.
That's potentially a big problem for NCTDK, but...
I mean, off of that, different also just playing far back, right? Like you said, doesn't want to risk that. Obviously, a big investment.
This is going to work out.
Body.
It's going to work out. E9 are going toward A. Have a look at that.
Yeah, they've got all the angles covered. Different, also not far for backup as well.
Well, flashes over the top. Now it comes down to hitting your shots. And so far, 1 for 1. But Salmon not going to be denied frag in this round either. And so it is E9 that have the advantage heading into the site. A fight continues. 2-0. Alongside his teammate there on the site, Tick is going to be able to do enough. P250 certainly Nice upgrade in terms of the pistol for the T-side pistol. Can get that one-shot headshot potential from a bit of a greater range than the Glock. And that'll be enough to send NCTDK packing. Different wants to hold on to the smoke and the defuse kit.
Yeah, the setup was so good from NCTDK. It was just a matter of those shots, like you said. I mean, Different, obviously they had no info, so didn't have his eyes trained to either run over to A in time or even for a smoke. And E9 just a bit too quick for the Vietnamese squad, and that will get them in position to try to tie things up.
So what's the response from NCTDK? It is a force buy by the looks of things from Different. Not sure that I'm sold on this, but look, I mean, Inferno is one of those maps where the force buy definitely can work. Close range angles, like I said yesterday. Close range angles, you take these fights. Pistols can do a lot of damage. MP9, you know, it can chew through someone pretty quick as well. Even if they've got head armor, it shoots so fast. Not a huge amount of delaying util. 3 smokes though for NCTDK might buy them some time.
Yeah, they'll need those if they want to buy the time they need on B or potential backup. Banana giving up entirely, just waiting for the advantageous distance and angles there on site.
Still would have to come down to a bit of a mishap from E9 to lose this round.
I mean, the numbers, the weaponry, everything, the util, all in favor currently on the B side. Well, that's the second smoke down, and only 2 flashbangs now to buy the time they would want. But the timing's not for there to choose. Talent will survive long enough until the flash pops.
That's really just a probing sort of an attack, though, from E9. They're not really committing there. It's just the MAC-10 that's getting flashed in to see, you know, if he gets 1 or 2 kills, like, yeah, you're going to go B. But if not, this is the actual offensive. Terry, though, hasn't cleared out the site just yet, and so he's probably a dead man to the back. Different and Prodigy. I mean, this is just a mess from E9. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you know, you want to check everything, but you didn't. I mean, you just committed to one side, didn't quite clear out the other, and it seemed like the rest of the team not quite prepared to cover for each other either. E9, a messy entrance into the site, and despite the numbers...
Yeah. At the end of the day, right, E9 are kind of relying on a lot going right with that kind of a round. They're relying on the MAC-10 to get a kill and keep the players over toward B. We'll hold the thought for the moment, because Neverland is still trying to take some guns away. There's only 10 seconds left, but... looks like he's just going to have to cede the round. But yeah, you know, if the MAC-10 gets a kill, keeps players over toward B, that A hit probably ends up working out. But
sure,
the fact that he goes in, doesn't get a kill, the rotate's already starting to be called there from NCTDK because they're not seeing anything else on B. They're so quick back over toward A. E9 didn't get the bomb plant, but they do have an AK, so there's an incentive to buy into this round to continue to try to keep these shenanigans going. Got some deagles, got some armor.
See that investment coming out. Want to make use of it. Saved it for a reason, E9 says. And all eyes on Neverland. See if he can be that hero they need.
And the CT economy still going to be shaky if they do lose this round, so definitely worth giving a crack for E9, but Neverland's just going to go straight through the smoke. Interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, the one with the AK as well.
I thought he must have had a timing. The AK is going to end up being retrievable. Could be worse.
Sure, 1-for-1 trade, so, you know, technically a bit of a reset, but of course you take a look at what E9's working with, and you would have loved to have just the bodies to support that one AK. Now, Pixie will be the only one left on the B side, though, so NCT having Mr. Raijin prepared to provide backup one way or the other. RG's got that crossfire from the pit alongside Different.
I could see this working, though, actually, a B take. They've only got the one flash, though. They don't have any smokes. They'd love to have a smoke for CT spawn. But if they can get a clean entry courtesy of Salmon, he's been able to cross as well.
Oh, Raijin doesn't get the first pick, and, you know, the trade coming out from Pixie a little late as well.
Yeah. Pixie was trying to bide his time there behind New Box, but E9 just got way too far into the site before either of those NCTDK players really was able to find a convincing duel, and Now we're kind of back to square one again, where obviously NCTDK, they're holding on to a couple of guns, so they kind of have the incentive to force buy in again, and we're just waiting for a team to be able to win 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah. And then we'll have a clear preference here. But, I mean, maybe it just goes this way all the way to the end. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. E9 for now, trying to make sure that that's not the pattern. Salmon. Well, then I'll see if he can just get a cheeky shot with the Deagle, but won't find a target.
So what's the choice for NCTDK? I'm seeing some util bought in for Pixie, and it is indeed, of course, going to be the force buy. So the drama continues.
Cliffhanger after cliffhanger. Well, we'll see. I mean, it worked out last time. Got 2 MP9s, Pixie and Talent. Both of them just going to have their eyes trained on the B side. The rest, the rifles, over by A.
Slower approach from E9, though. Again, you do have Neverland wanting to push his way up in Banana. That nade's going to land right on top of his head. Good chunk of damage.
Yes.
Very default setup from the T side at the moment.
NCT.
I don't know if Terry got spotted there on that cross. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it at the very least.
Molly's going to go into Diggity. And E9 now have control of both sandbags and brackets, which gives them a lot of options. NCTDK don't have any information anymore. 50 seconds left on the clock. E9 could end up on either bomb site. Looks like it'll be A, and you can sort of see that that hesitation is there for NCTDK. Mr. Raijin was sort of back and forth. He was in library. He's off the site now, and E9 are just charging their way forward, but they've got to ensure that they're trading down effectively here.
Prodigy still holding true on site, though. Works off of the initial flashbangs. And now just making sure that they can keep the numbers advantage. 3 versus 2. Will allow the bomb to be planted.
Molly for Tick. Could be useful post-plant. There is a smoke, though, for NCTDK, and the swing's going to come through. Tick, you gotta be doing a little bit better than this. Somehow it's going to try to survive. Molly down. It's surely not going to be enough. It's keeping them at bay, but he can't survive, and E9 will drop the round. NCTDK, I don't know what it is about these A holds, but Prodigy just seems to be getting away with absolute murder. Though, bomb plant down.
Yeah.
E9, they're going to buy again.
We'll have that one more chance. And so it continues. But yeah, I mean, sure, the first off of the pop flash coming in swings right on the good timing, but after that, just stays true, you know, to his beliefs that there's going to be more. They didn't have sight of the exact numbers.
I don't think there was a lot of coordination there between the dig push and the arch side push from E9. It seemed like arch side went a little bit too early and dig wasn't really there to help out. Maybe they were trying to go quickly, they thought they had a timing, but in this case, it's not quite worked in their favor. And so, again, another sort of hero AK here for E9, and they'll see what they can do in this round, try to keep the CT side honest. But if we continue to trade 1 for 1, then NCTDK ends up winning this map. So E9, if they want to close it out 2-0, have to do something a little bit more than what they're doing so far on the T side. They are really struggling to look super convincing at this point. Flash is a good one, but Pixie able to fall off the line and get back into B.
You know, we'll use that flash to try to buy some time, but it's actually a bit just too early. Joe jumps across. The entire force here. Talent will get the kills, though. Gives Pixie the time he needs to stay alive for just a bit longer.
Same sort of approach that E9 actually did with the last round that they had, where they had a hero AK. This time it hasn't been quite as successful, but again, they've gotten the bomb plant down. It'll ensure they can buy pretty comfortably next round. Neverland, AK in hand, or M4, I should say, is trying to tap away at a couple of opponents, but will lose his duel, and now it's down to the Tech-9s and the Deagle. Still winnable, but shots are not quite connecting enough. Salmon will be cleared out as well. And finally, an end to the back and forth as NCTDK are able to put 2 together and find themselves on double digits, building that lead out to 3.
Yeah, that's got to feel a good spot for NCTDK. Surely, you know, another full buy coming in from E9 on this round, but NCT, even if they were to lose it, should have a little bit more to fall back on now. So getting back into that comfort zone, and only, of course, 2 rounds away from map point, try to take us to that 3rd map on Ancient.
Big round coming up right here for E9. And they're not going to take it too quickly. This is interesting position held from different. I mean, it's one of the little nuances of the new Inferno. And there's just little nooks and crannies and pots and tires and, you know, stuff like that to stand on everywhere around the map that there didn't used to be. That exact angle did not used to exist on old Inferno, so for E9, maybe not something that they're super comfortable with yet. And it's cost them pretty dearly in this round, and obviously lost a player elsewhere. Pixie will be brought down by Tick. Fortunately, can't find the second. And I gotta say, at this point, I'm feeling a map 3.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, this round surely should be going NCT's way. Now the smoke should allow Tick to get on site. Any player talent, he's too low. So the molly will do its job. But they're on time. Oh no! Disaster for NCT.
Well, it should still be winnable for Mr. Raijin. He's going to sit that defuse. You've got to swing here, Salmon.
Timing.
And he will! Oh my word,
In the last second, too. Got the countdown exact.
It's a huge clutch for E9. It keeps them in the map. And it's kind of going to break the CT economy a little bit. They're going to have to take a save. It will just be a single save if they don't invest money, but they are going to invest into pistol and armor, so it's going to... Oh, Jesus, what's going on
with
now?
it. They're toying with the ideas. I mean, here, the first shot onto different. I mean, afterwards, Prodigy was very weak, but clean onto different gives him the time.
Salmon's definitely having a game. He is the reason. If E9 win this game, he
yes.
is the reason.
And it's always on Banana. It's just something about this B-side.
Yep. B-side monstrosity. Well, big opportunity here for E9. If they can win this round, they'll get a freebie, and they'll be able to equalize at 10 apiece, and they'll be in control of the game then because the money will be working for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very ambitious Hero M4 coming out for different here.
Just got to make sure that they don't throw this one away, E9. They've had no shortage of opportunities to actually take the advantage in this second half, but haven't really held on to any of them. They've been doing enough to hang in there.
Yeah, but not enough to climb over the tip of the hill. But so far, a good start. Keeps the pressure down on the A side. See if there's a response. We'll get stopped by the molly, so need to respect that.
I like this from Neverland, though. Just been sent on the scouting duty, and you're not really risking too much when it's the Mac 10 going in first like that. Good trade. Well traded indeed, actually, from Salmon, who gets 2. And it's just different with that Hero M4, which has been, I think, better named Irrelevant M4, because it didn't do anything this round.
No, and surely won't do much for the rest of it either. Spots him, yeah, Terry. You can see his eyes light up on the screen. Wants to take that out. Salmon ready to receive on the other hand. So all things considered, different shouldn't be getting away with this for free.
No. So, expecting Salmon. Might actually get away with the M4 in the end.
Yeah, time in his favor here.
End of the day, though, that's not the major prize for E9. The big win, of course, is getting the round. There will be an M4 to, or an AK even, to sort of deal with in this one, but beyond that, there shouldn't be too much more of an investment from NCTDK, and perfect opportunity to equalize it at 10 apiece, and from there, anybody's game. When really, it was actually looking like NCTDK was going to finish this map off and go through to a map 3, so...
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, right? If they had just gone for the save the previous round, you know, just no investment, you just take the 10-9 and then still try to keep the lead. But at this point, you're kind of assuming you're giving up the tie 10-10 and trying to reset from there. Raijin not happy to eat that one, but not much of a choice. Oh, and E9, I mean, they have a read on this as they just slowly waltz into A.
Yep. Neverland is seeing that push out on B as well. He's seeing util, he's hearing footsteps. He's going to be communicating that to the team. He's just saying, listen, they're all here. You guys are going to take A. Okay, they've lost another AK, but not the end of the world. As long as the round is still locked down, which I would be surprised if NCTDK even tried to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to hold on to it. It's still, it could end up being a little bit longer towards the end than you would have wanted. So keep whatever you can get into the next round. It's not like you were already set up for it, and that does seem to be the position they're holding. So we reset at a 10-10 tie after round 20, and you know, against a lot of odds, E9 seem in a decent position to close out this match overall. Of course, the winner here wins this best of 3, moves on to another best of 3 against NKT.
That will be a difficult task, for sure. Even though NKT is playing with a couple of subs, you know, it's the Mongolian players playing with one another, they'll be very familiar. And Zine, he's very experienced. Probably one of the few players that's been around since the previous iterations of eXTREMESLAND.
Right.
Alongside maybe a couple of the guys on TYLOO, but I'd say everybody else is actually a new face pretty much.
Yeah, of course, E9 yesterday didn't fare too well against that very same squad, so they'd love to have a chance at a rematch.
There's a fight happening over Nana. What a shot from Tick.
And gets out?
Yeah.
Wow.
How the tables have turned.
I mean, that was really a shot to get out. I mean, that was to keep himself alive more than anything as he was getting pressured, but works out in his favor.
Five on 4. Huge chance ahead here for E9 to deliver a punishing blow to NCTDK, who have pretty much brought down to 0 on a couple of members, so money's really tight on that CT side.
Oh, and they've already kind of called for the gamble onto the A side here, but it won't pay off. Even Terry's still on the lurk. Not sure if you're going to account for that.
Yeah. It looked like a fast flank from Prodigy, but it just needed to wait a little bit longer there. There wasn't even that much presence being shown on B yet, so maybe gone a little bit too early, and now it's really relying on talent getting lucky through this smoke. He might start to spam, but no real connections there, and in fact actually takes more than he deals. And you've got to save at this point, NCTDK.
Yeah.
If they can save these 3 guns, they will be able to buy next round. Not sure exactly where the loss bonus is at, but I believe this would be 3 rounds.
Yep, should be their 3rd.
So they should, you know, still at least get a decent chunk of change.
Different, just going through everything that's on his mind as they have a bit of time waiting for the C4 to go off. And surely, I mean, not a happy spot for NCTDK.
No, definitely not. Game has turned against them. It was theirs for the taking. It was not so much on a silver platter as it was being offered on the menu maybe, but they chose to order something else. They chose to go for something exotic, and you know, this is why I don't order sashimi at the restaurant.
Oh, there you go. Don't want to take that risk.
No, just don't want to take the risk, you know? 11 to 10.
I do believe this actually should be the 4th one as well. So either way, the economy there to support NCTDK's decisions here.
Yeah, I mean, the important fact is 3.4k loss bonus is where they're at.
Right.
So they get 3,400 into this round. They had for 3 players around 1,000 or a little bit more at the end of the last round. That's going to be enough to buy alongside the 3 guns that they did save. So it's a decent enough buy for NCTDK. But obviously, it feels like the momentum has really shifted away from them. And
yeah.
E9 have built up their coffers that if they do lose this round, they're still going to continue to buy as well. So tough road ahead for NCTDK, where otherwise it looked like it would be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, other than, you know, maybe if you were only on pistols, which quite frankly NCTDK has tried to avoid as much as possible, the buys don't seem to really be the problem itself. At a certain point, they just haven't been able to figure out how to adapt to a lot of that pressure initially onto Nana, and then, you know, as we're seeing right now, turn by turn onto brackets, and they just kind of slowly give up all this space. The different difference is this time they haven't given up a frag just yet either, so at least still 5-on-5.
Yeah, but a lot of map control, obviously, as you mentioned there for E9 is a pretty good start. This will be a pretty important duel by the looks of it. Terry up to the challenge, different. Has got an AK on the other side of this fight. He's been pushed back and forced to dump some util, and it'll end up being a B take. This is an interesting setup from NCTDK with that MP9 close by. If E9 go through the smoke, this could actually go horribly wrong. They've got to really clear their corners out. The nade is a good one. Look at that. It's cleared the space open, but they haven't found the kill. He's sitting in the corner. Just shoot him. Yeah. They finally finish him off. Plan's going to go down. That was a bit more awkward than it needed to be for E9, but mission successful. 3-on-3 post plant on B. It's favorable for E9, particularly with the flank from Terry.
Terry has been a menace once they started to get some rounds here in the second half. Just the timings he has, the patience, and the leisure, knowing that the rest of his team has really figured out how to put a lot of the attack down on the other half of the map.
Yeah, and the CTs couldn't even really choose to save their guns because Terry was around behind them.
Yeah.
They've been forced to essentially throw them all away, which is going to mean that there's no really solid buys apart from Talent and maybe Mr. Raijin.
Yeah, those two, sure, you can muster something up. Talent gets everything he wants, just barely.
Prodigy's got a decoy grenade and a flash. Head armorless, not that that really matters when everyone's rolling AKs and AWPs, but this is the perfect opportunity for E9 to end it right here and now. They've worked so hard to get back into this map. And if NCTDK didn't have the win on a silver platter, I think at this point E9 do. Got 2 cracks at it. This one will be a really solid one considering the buy from NCTDK is a bit awkward. So they should be getting it done here.
Yeah, can't imagine that E9 is going to take any risks either. No need for it. Everything's been working the way they've wanted. A little exploration, as they often had at this timing, and Different should be ready for it, but it's 2-0.
Okay. XM just not quite landing the shots that it needs to, but Talent and Prodigy are there to trade it back. It's not done just yet. A 4v2. E9 are going to try to pick the pace up into A and just try to steamroll their way forward, but round is going to go the way of NCTDK. So now, anybody's guess. That was supposed to be the easy round for E9.
Yeah.
Now it gets more difficult because NCTDK obviously saving 4 guns through. They have a proper buy for the final round of regulation, and E9, sure, they have plenty of money so they can buy in as well. But it's not going to be as easy, at least on paper, as that last round was. And once we get into overtime, who knows? It's anybody's guess.
Sure.
54 rounds we saw on Inferno overtime yesterday.
Anything can happen here at Extremesland.
The land of extremes, that's why it's called that.
Well, I'd love to see E9 not have to take too many more risks. I mean, Tiki's had some good shots here initially. Actually pushing further up, but the flash is just right in his face.
I don't know how he's gotten away with that. He survived. It was a great flash from Salmon. Look at that. 2 flash assists, 1 for Tik, 1 for Neverland, and he has kept Neverland and Tik alive long enough. Even still, Neverland needs a bit of help here, but he's going to get the job done himself. And they're into the site 3v2, so NCTDK, stoic effort to get to this point, but they're going to have to be asked once again, Prodigy and Mr. Raijin, to do something special to save the game.
Miraculous, I would say. If they're able to make anything happen, the time already not on their side. Raijin now just joining up.
Cleared out Nana. They need to know there's only retake coming from CT spawn. And they're very well prepared for it. So Neverland will get it done. 1B to their 13-11. E9 will finish it off. And unfortunately, that means we'll have to say goodbye to the Vietnamese squad, NCTDK. But they did show a pretty good game here against E9 and a solid effort from them. With a little bit more experience, you could see them winning that series 2-0 themselves. But for these guys getting onto LAN in China, obviously, as you saw in the interview, pretty good experience as it was, but unfortunately it comes to an end.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sure, maybe a little bit heartbreaking if you're considering the entire circumstance and the scene of Vietnam, how much they would have loved to have even just one more map on stage, bring that back home with them. But at the same time, like you said, from what we saw, I mean, if they're able to continue to, be given these opportunities, take some of these opportunities if they are provided down the road, surely we see them grow. I mean, they seem to have a pretty decent foundation to start from. and would love to see this squad of NCTDK in the future here for Asian CS.
Yeah, me too. Look, I think in a lot of cases it's very easy as a team like that to just be like, well, we're just going to rock up. We've got the slot. Let's, who cares, whatever. But they do genuinely seem like a team that's, trying. They had some good setups. They have some sharp aimers. They seem like a pretty good squad. So I would like to see them back again. I'd love to see Vietnamese CS flourishing because, every extra region that is having an impact on CS in Asia is going to generally just raise the level up a little bit. At the moment, it's very much Mongolia, very much China. And then you've got a smattering of players from elsewhere around the place. But, I'd love to see Vietnam back. I'd love to see Thailand back, Korea, obviously, as well.
Yeah, I mean, all the regions basically invited here, right, for EXTREMESLAND. I mean, to even have that one seed planted, have it flourish, and try to pave the way would be a great sign. And quite frankly, I think NCTDK did enough to show that. I think they did enough to lay down that path. We'll see if they're able to continue on it. I think a lot of people who watch this game would hope so.
Yep.
But for now, for 2023 EXTREMESLAND, their journey will come to an end. And E9, they'll have to prepare for a best-of-3 rematch against NKT.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how easy that's going to be for them. I do think still NKT are going to be a level above. You've got a lot of very, very strong, solid players there. As we mentioned, Zine. He actually won a couple of EXTREMESLAND events back in the day with the Korean rosters, so he'll be a tough one to break down. But E9, they've really got to give Salmon a pat on the back for that one because he was making such a difference in the first half, holding down the B-bomb side, and in the second, huge clutch coming out from him. Otherwise, I think NCTDK would probably be onto map 3 by now.
Yeah, I mean, it could have very well been, something like a 10-2 half in the first half if it wasn't for Salmon, right? I mean, he turned everything on its head on that 7th round. And they were able to string it together into 3, eventually into 5. So props to Salmon. Really showed up on that B side on both halves. And, of course, E9 will now take that victory. Now, maybe in some ways a similar story for E9, while we do say, sure, NKT should be favored even in this rematch. But if E9 were able to get some sort of victory, make it into the playoffs, have all the Chinese teams in the top 4 here for EXTREMESLAND, that would say a lot for Chinese CS as well.
Yeah, it would. I'm probably going to lean the other direction, though. So I think it would be fantastic for Chinese CS. Obviously, they've got a lot to sort of be excited about at the moment in China, and I think a lot of people are sort of eager to see what happens with regard to CS2 in China off the back of the IAM Chengdu announcement, obviously EXTREMESLAND here in China as well, and then we've got the Shanghai Major. They had CAC at the end of last year. If I had to take a guess, there's probably going to be another CAC toward the end of 2024 as well. That seems like an event that continues to pop up. So lots of events actually happening in China. And you want to see the level of the Chinese teams as well growing alongside that. So it's important for like these tier 2 teams, which I think E9 would be considered a tier 2 Chinese team, to be getting these kinds of opportunities as well, because that's just another team then that once they get a little bit better, they can start to push their tier 1 teams and help them to improve to play toward a better level internationally, which of course is what all of the Chinese fans want to see.
Yes.
They want to see a Chinese team in the major. It's been a long time. I think maybe going back to 2019, afterwards it was basically Mongols and Greyhounds since 2019 onwards. So, maybe this time around it is going to be possible.
Time for it.
Lin Vision are looking pretty good, though, on land. We've still got our questions. TYLOO, not
still
too sure yet. But, I mean, look, obviously that's a conversation for another day because it's not really necessarily related to EXTREMESLAND. But, again,
sure.
with the knowledge in mind that we're trying to sort of develop Asian CS, that's kind of where EXTREMESLAND fits into that puzzle.
Yeah. And so far, I think we're seeing all the players very happy that EXTREMESLAND has returned in this form, and I think a lot of the fans as well. So the event really, setting off to do what it always had to, and filling that piece of the puzzle quite well. But of course, for now, we just got done with our 3rd best of 3 for the day, and there is going to be that one more, the cider match in Group B. So very curious to see E9. How do they carry over from this 2-0? I guess in their case, thankfully it was a 2-0. They didn't have to go to a 3rd map, so just warmed up and trying to keep that energy going because they'll need everything they got.
Yeah, hopefully they've had enough time to sort themselves out, but they've got to get a bit of a break here. Now it's time, though, for us to get an interview done with E9. So let's see what they have to say about that match.
With this game, you guys really made a comeback. What happened there?
好，我们现在请到了E9战队的 Terry 啊，他刚才跟我们说他的英文名也是 Terry。那这场比赛你们上来就是落后比较多，最后是怎么翻盘的？
就是我们一开始其实，在沟通上面啊，然后还有在防守的一些道具的配合上面，其实出现了一些问题，然后包括一些个指令的，就是同时的一个达成的上面吧，可能出现了一些问题。然后后面呢，我们就是通过暂停啊，然后就是说，把各自的位置呀，还有各自的那个就是需要就是说，比如说闪出来，然后需要一起出击啊，这种也稍微临时调整了一下吧。
Yeah, so in the beginning we had some problems with our comms and then our defensive utility. So and then just like the general execution of our strat, but then we called a timeout and we figured out everybody's positions, and yeah, it just got better. 好，我先用英文问你啊 ，so why don't you just introduce yourself a little bit and maybe the rest of your teammates？ 能不能先简单介绍一下你自己，然后还有你的队友们？
我们的队伍呢，包括我呢，我是就是19电竞的，也是老板兼队员吧。然后呢，我的队员们其实有几位是前职业选手，然后包括也是有一位51 P2 选手吧。我们都是其实也是相当于一支平民的队伍打上来的吧。
So I'm actually the owner and slash player of E9, and then also we have some ex-professional players and also a player that plays on the 5E Pro League. But I consider ourselves an amateur team that kind of went through everything to get here. Yeah.
Well, it's not over yet. You have one more match to go against NKT. Any thoughts going into this next and final match of the day?
是啊，你们今天的比赛还没有结束哈，一会儿还有一场对战这个 NKT 的硬仗。那你们目前感觉怎么样呢？
我们就想着看看能不能击败他们吧，看看就是把昨天没有发挥的一些个自身的实力啊，包括一些个我们的一些个团队交流啊，一些上面的问题啊，给弥补住，看看能不能击败他们。
So we want to try to fix our comms problems that happened yesterday. I want to try to showcase the things that we didn't show yesterday, and hopefully we can beat them.
Well, thank you so much, Terry. We're going to go on a quick break and let them go on a quick break as we get ready for our last and final match of today.
好，我们掌声送给 Terry， 感谢 Terry 接受我们的采访，加油！
ZOWIE has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, ZOWIE has designed multiple mouse shapes. Among symmetrical claw grip designs, the FK mouse series is widely known. The shape of most ZOWIE mouse series in the past were primarily designed to accommodate significant horizontal movements, commonly found in games like Counter-Strike. In response to the growing emphasis on multi-angle and agile movement in FPS games, we began developing U2 many years ago based on feedback from ZOWIE enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design combined with the overall curve of the back reduces the thumb angle. which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curve design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among ZOWIE users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. DIAC technology reduces ghosting in fast game scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DIAC stands out with its distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DIAC functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, ZOWIE adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, ZOWIE advances DIAC technology with its latest improvement featuring dual backlight design, the DIAC 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay. Please DM us if you have any questions. We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
大家好，我是来自19电竞 的队长 Terry。我们战队的话是相当于一个天津本土的一支队伍吧，一个是以电竞馆名义成立的一个队伍。然后呢，我们组建的初衷就是想在国内的这种赛事啊，留下我们那个自己的足迹吧。我们在海选当中跟民间队伍的对决的话，感觉就是说，不管是从队伍的打法还有纪律性来说的话，肯定是民间队伍都要是略逊于职业队伍的。但是呢，就是我们在准备呢，其实我们是参考了很多，包括国内一些顶尖队伍，还有国外的一些顶尖队伍的打法，然后呢，来增强我们自己的一个，包括从纪律性上，包括从我们的个人的那个个人的一些个实力上吧，就我们一直想往那个职业队的这个水平上面去靠拢，去靠近，能够从这个预选赛那个打过来的话，我们觉得就是都是很惊喜的，就是也是觉得我们这么长时间的努力也没有白费吧。我们赛事的目标的话，就是争取能进入前4名，这是我们一个最大的目标。然后呢，我们也希望在面对国外的对手的话，我们能够有好的表现。对于我们来说，京津冀的这个电竞环境的话，相对于南方肯定是略逊的，但是我们呢，就是说，还是秉承着就是能够在这种环境中能够打出一些成绩吧，激发出大伙的热情吧，为我家乡天津这边吧能够做出一些贡献吧。印象深刻的比赛的话，就是极限之地的比赛，还有那个完美的 pmTYLOO 的比赛，在天津啊、北京、京津地区啊，还是都比较官方，还是都比较大的一些个比赛吧，还是比较火的。我觉得提高 CNCI 的水平，最主要的还是从群众基础上面吧，多办一些个赛事，多给一些个民间队伍机会，这样的话会更大的激发出大家的热情。像这次赛事，就我觉得极限之地就是非常的好，因为它有一个像民间的这种出现的名额，所以就是说对于大家组建队伍啊、一起打比赛啊、这种兄弟 CS 啊这种热情的话，都会有很大的激发的。
Hello guys, I'm Sign. I'm from NKT. Nice to meet you. In SEA, now don't have any LAN game tournament, and my LAN game tournament was in Shanghai. I don't know when exactly, but that tournament was XSE. Yeah, that was a great tournament. Yeah, so I'm always like really having fun when I play LAN tournament. Come to Shanghai, play for LAN, or even play for travel, always exciting. I'm really happy to come here again for play ZOWIE eXTREMESLAND. So yeah, I'm very exciting. I want to play. For me, I think Mongols is very good team now. I really think Bleach is very good leader. I think like top team is Mongols in ZOWIE eXTREMESLAND. So we're gonna try to win them. So it's gonna be good challenge for us. Now we have 2 Mongolian and 2 Uzbek and 1 Korean. Usually we using English for communication, but sometimes when they need talk fast, they just use their language. But now we slowly get used to it. Actually no, just like most of things is like still same with CS:GO. Like big difference thing is just there is no more one-way smoke and you can break the smoke with nade. It wasn't that problem. Like I didn't have any problem. Change to CS2 from CS:GO. I think EU team and NA team, they really balance. Like sometimes they have like really good lead as player, but sometimes they have very good discipline. Like when they need to survive, they don't overpick or they play very smart. But in SEA, players still doesn't have any good experience. So I think basically now like SEA and EU or NA have like really big skill gap. But I think like East Asia or China, like Mongol team or China team, they have really good system in CS2 already. Yeah, I think SEA need to improve a lot as team and players have to be more professional. In this year, of course, my goal is I really want to go major at least one time before I go military service. my goal and my dream is go major before I go military.
ZOWIE has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, ZOWIE has designed multiple mouse shapes. Among symmetrical claw grip designs, the FK mouse series is widely known. The shape of most ZOWIE mouse series in the past were primarily designed to accommodate significant horizontal movements, commonly found in games like Counter-Strike. In response to the growing emphasis on multi-angle and agile movement in FPS games, we began developing U2 many years ago based on feedback from ZOWIE enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design combined with the overall curve of the back reduces the thumb angle, which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curved design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among ZOWIE users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. DIAC technology reduces ghosting in fast game scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DIAC stands out with its distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DIAC functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, ZOWIE adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, ZOWIE advances DIAC technology with its latest improvement featuring dual backlight design, the DIAC 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay. Please DM us if you have any questions. We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to the 2023 eXTREMESLAND CS Asia Cup Finals. We're live in Shanghai, where I've had durian pizza for the very first time in my life. Is this a normal thing to eat in Shanghai?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Durian pizza?
I eat it every other month.
Really?
Yeah.
It's so good. I came in from Singapore and we love durian there, and I've never seen durian pizza, so it's delicious. Put a pep in my step. Well, we got to go on the match. Stop talking about my lunch. I'm Chubby Ninja. This is Baseline J.
All right, just saying all my lines for me. Thank you very much. But yeah, 欢迎大家回来啊！这个我们极限之地 CS 亚洲杯总决赛的现场啊，我们新加坡小姐姐刚才也在说啊，她人生第一次刚刚吃了她的榴莲披萨啊，真的也是回味无穷。好吧，那我们马上把我们的马上有请我们两支队伍入场。
It's the durian, man. I'm telling you. We got durian break right now. We want to introduce the next two teams, the final match of today. We got Team NKT from Thailand, of course, E9 Esports from China, who just finished their match just now. And we're going to be finding out who will proceed on tomorrow to Grand Finals Day. So I hope you guys are ready. First up, let's introduce Team NKT.
好，我们今天最后一场的对决啊，来自我们的本土的天津E9战队和我们来自泰国的 NKT 战队。让我们首先欢迎 NKT 入场。
Give it up for Team NKT.
好，掌声欢迎 NKT。
Give them a wave. Yeah. Take your seats, gentlemen. Get ready for the next match. We're going to introduce our next team, E9 Esports.
好，我们接下来介绍入场我们E9战队。
Up for E9 Esports.
掌声送给E9。 感谢E9，请E9入座。
All right. Final matchup today. How are you feeling about this?
Oh, I'm feeling hyped. It's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is what we've been waiting for. A lot of things are going to be very unpredictable. Team NKT does have 2 subs. Let's see what's going to be happening in this final match of today.
好，我们今天最终的大决战 E9 NKT， 我们把时间交回给解说老师。
Thank you very much. We are getting ready for this very last best of 3 on day 2 of 2023 EXTREMESLAND. William here, joined back by Quack. You had a bit of a break, but now you're in it for the last match of the night.
I didn't eat any durian pizza, but
I'm
back.
I don't
No,
know
I
if
did
we can
not.
cast together, man. I don't know. Are you not a fan of durian?
I am a fan of durian.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. I mean, don't let the people at home hear that, but you know, it's a little bit of indecisiveness here. Contrary to, of course, the U2 mouse from ZOWIE, which is not indecisive. It was developed with sports science in mind. So
A lot of research went into that product.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, I mean, that ad's probably simplified as well. So if you're looking for an upgrade there, you can go over and check that out. And, of course, the XL2546X monitor, which is actually being used on stage. So if you're looking for a new monitor, that's definitely the one for you.
I am a little bit more curious. I mean, we were talking about indecisiveness on my part, but do you think victory here for NKT will be decisive?
Honestly, I'm actually leaning towards saying maybe not so decisive. Maybe, you know, overall match score, I think everyone would have to guess a 2-0. I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that a 2-1 seems likely. I don't think it's going to be likely, but I want to say in a best of 3 E9, you know, you should be able to at least have a map that you're feeling much more confident in rather than kind of eliminating the ones you don't want to play. And we've seen what they were able to do. I mean, clearly they have the mentality to try to get back into things. And as we saw yesterday, too, I mean, their util usage itself, the timings and everything seemed decent. Yesterday, it definitely seemed on a lot of the fronts, the aim just wasn't quite as sharp, you know, compared to their opponents on NKT. So we'll see how that goes. But for the time being, we already have that first pick, and it's going to be Ancient coming out from E9.
Wow, that's another map that we saw yesterday as well, but of course NKT starting on the CT side, it might spell a little bit of trouble. And then we're going into Nuke, so that's going to be another one of the maps that most teams are familiar with. But
yeah, I mean, they played it yesterday as well, right? At NKT, pretty handy victory there.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Honestly, that second map already doesn't seem to look too good for E9 from what we saw yesterday, because they had some okay ideas. It's just the execution always faltering 2 steps behind NKT. But curious to see how this Ancient goes here.
I mean, that's one of those things where it's another map. Yeah, we could talk about experience and everything, and maybe E9 really, you know, can learn as much as possible, but NKT should probably be able to execute rather effectively, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, even in a best of 3, I don't think you're looking at the ones that are favored here and saying, well, they shouldn't feel good about this map against this team. I think even, you know, if you were to have a sort of permanent ban against opposition like this, you should feel fairly confident.
I mean, that's one of the things that we always, often discuss here on the mic with Elfish Guy, and that's that, you know, a lot of these teams, especially for E9, we don't really have a lot of statistics on them. We don't really have a lot of footage of them, and yeah, it's just that fact that they're going to be a little bit more inexperienced. Meanwhile, NKT, they've played this map, you know, a little bit of like 3 times for the past 3 months.
Yeah.
So who's to say?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, E9, my eyes are on them to see what they've prepared. I mean, obviously, again, it's not like, for instance, the team from Korea, like Incheon Slayers, where it seems like even some basic setups and executes aren't there. I mean, E9 clearly, they make it very well known that they have been playing Counter-Strike for some time, and ideally as a squad as well. But the question is the execution there? And so far, a nice commitment all the way through. Trade from Zine, but he's going to have to hide his noggin. His teammate gets taken out, and just the timing. I mean, things like that, right? You push in, you know that you can all focus on another angle as well, denying those trades.
It's going to be a little bit tough for that retake now. A little bit split up. You do have that one distraction coming for Donut, but Terry just able to spin back and forth, getting both kills. And that puts E9 on the pistol in.
Yeah, Terry on the earlier best of 3 had some good moments, you know, especially on that lyric, you know, on Vertigo, but even on towards the second map as well. Of course, the hero of Inferno, quite frankly, was Salmon, and we did see his monitor settings earlier, so if you want to play on B side of Inferno like Salmon, then you had it. It's 0-0 for the Black Equalizer and Color Vibrance. Yeah, then you turn on your Diac 2 all the way up to Premium. There you go. Now you can hold that B site.
And really react to everything with a crisp image, but still, I mean, I want to see what E9 can do now that they're buying up NKT with the Force, though. That's going to be the interesting thing. I mean, right now, just trying to kind of juggle back, kite forward. Zion able to get one shot onto Tick.
Yeah, I mean, this was way faster than E9 had expected as well.
Bomb being planted, though.
I mean, this is anybody's with the weaponry on both sides. On it, the was by the MP9s could 2 damage, and Coolest just saying, I don't even need that.
Oh.
Down to a 2v2. Mac-10 finds its target. Now things feeling a lot more comfortable for E9, but you know, quite a bit of damage taken trying to find that last rifle. Will pick it up, so the rifle's being carried over is the silver lining here for E9.
However, for NKT, that was a force.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a double save now, and not something that you really want to have, especially starting on the CT side. So E9 Esports actually getting the start that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, this should set them up in a position where they're already going to have a better success against this squad than they did in the best of 1 yesterday. Of course, that one ended 13-5 over on Nuke. We'll see if the score repeats itself in the second map of this series, but E9 with a much better start here. On the other side, I mean, we do have some Deagles, but otherwise, Zion with his CZ did some damage yesterday. See if it continues to live up to that brand.
They are trying to kind of like fire off some pot shots, strafe shooting back and forth. Zion holding the position of the CZ, but no, it's not going to quite happen. Terry with the double kill, 12 pushing forward now. They've got Donut, they've got A main, and with that, I mean, the A side pretty much under their control. The pistols from NKT, you know, this was something that I was talking about with Elfish earlier on, and he was saying that either you kind of hang back and try to get some picks, force the opponent, the terrorists, to kind of go against you, or, you know, you don't really want to just give them free kills that way.
Sure.
So this is, still kind of different from how I was watching TYLOO play earlier.
I mean, again, to be fair, I think NKT mostly relying on kind of raw mechanics and basic foundations in this tournament. Of course, with 2 Mongolian subs coming in, language won't be an issue, but set plays might be.
That said, now we've got the full buys, going back to slightly more default holds. I love the mid control coming in from E9. Of course, they're smoked up as well, though, so Terry's just kind of hanging back. MIQ trying to make sure that they don't get to move into B so easily. However, I do believe they've managed to eat past the smoke a little bit.
And MIQ stuck. I mean, if he stayed alive, sure, you could have flipped it and said E9 was the one stuck on B side, as we did see earlier on the radar. Dobu was pushing out a cave, but
that's a good flash.
Yeah, they're absolutely stuck, just surrounded 2v4. Not the positions you'd want. No utility to really hold them back. No smokes, no mollies. Just going to have to press the issue like you are right now. Instant trade, though.
And that's kind of NKT. I mean, you mentioned, yeah, it's a little bit of raw mechanics and maybe more like coordination. Maybe set plays might be a little different story, but they have those timings and the cohesion needed to retake in such a fashion. Because although MIQ did fall pretty early on, as soon as they had that information, they knew exactly how to come back in, flashing for each other, and Zion getting the first pick on the re-entry. So, 1-3.
And I'm curious if E9 that previous round, I mean, is that their default? Sure, you have a little bit of that mid control, go for the cross, check into cave, but you didn't take cave control, you didn't have anyone by A main either, and you know, I think it's fine if you wanted to change up the pace a bit on the opponent's first gun round, sure, but outside of that, we've seen time and time again that NKT played pretty fast, and they've gotten away with it, whether it's in mid or over on A main on the force buy. Sure, that didn't result in a round win, but a lot of that given up for free. So this time you see on the radar, Tick's he's gonna bounce back and forth towards A main, but we'll hear a little bit of that answer back from Willis as well.
Oh, the spray through the smoke revealed his position. And then Gobu falls as well outside of land.
That flash got everybody. Terry almost good for the double. Well, everyone's just stuck out in the open, covering their eyes.
Probably not the result that most people are expecting, but this is certainly in favor of E9.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, disclaimers and asterisks all aside, you would imagine just the raw individual experience and mechanics should still favor NKT regardless of map pick. But you know, it's still pretty early on, so don't count your chickens just yet. It's not like we're near the end of the first half, but E9 they are kind of dotting their I's and crossing their T's, so to speak. Yeah, making sure that there's not really any extra chance for NKT to claw back.
For now. Did happen with NCT, who had that 6-0 lead earlier on.
Yeah.
But still, that's it. It's tougher to come back as CT. Economy's just not really working with you. We're back on pistols, a hero, well, 2 hero M4s, MIQ coolest. But right now, I mean, it's just everyone from E9 kind of picks up their own. Terry, Tuo, Tick at times.
Yeah, and regardless of the M4s or not, I mean, next round not going to amount to too much. I mean, if you wanted to invest, it'd be another weird half buy. So NKT, they've got to make something work here. Design not pushed quite out yet. I don't know if E9's going to be aware of that possibility. The flashes are coming through, but they're not checking for it. It's one, the flash is still good, buys enough time for backup, and NKT, they hold enough time, and look at this on the radar. Coolest is very quick on the flank. Bomb dropped on site. I don't know if E9's going to be ready for this at this timing.
Maybe not.
Definitely not. Both of them just waiting out there. Coolest just wants to dwindle the numbers for now, though.
Plays the advantage. Teammates starting to push up along off of this.
Yeah, Neverland knows, but it's not going to be enough.
Frag grenade tossed in as well. And that's just kind of, I guess, the difference. This was a pistol round, but then it all starts off with Zine just kind of hiding around backside with that CZ. Up close, you know, a couple of shots to the head, and that's all it takes. It's enough to stall for his entire team to rotate over.
Yeah, and that's going to kind of put E9 on their back foot. Mac 10 and Tech 9s to work with. You know, enough to find a chance, enough to have a dream. But that's all it should be, a dream, especially as Coolest gets that opening pick. 4 members in E9 bargain for. And doing some damage, but nothing that amounts to much. Oh, okay, I might want to take that back.
Just for a second, but no, I don't think so.
Salmon was ready for it though, and I mean, if he played the way he did in that previous best 3, I wouldn't have been surprised. But NKT will take the round.
Yeah, CTs. I mean, I do feel like that one was slightly more of a team kind of thing. Trying to pull off a rush like that, switch up the pace against NKT, but it doesn't quite work out. So a lot of conditions still need to be met, at least for E9 to secure stable footing in such a match.
Yeah, I mean, you still got 5 more rounds on the half. Your economy's not great, so you need a win if you want to really try to keep the advantage on the scoreboard, but you don't have the utility to do that. I mean, they started with just about half of it, and now down to just 2 smokes and a molly, no flashes. So, I mean, with the full util that NKT had, and they can continue to refresh a lot of these on a timing, any sort of, you know, take is going to be very difficult for E9. I mean,
certainly, yeah, stuck behind mid, stuck behind B. You've got Dobu watching Lamp as well, so that's always good. And the rotations from NKT already moving all across, but what is happening up top mid?
I mean, Terry needs to do something here. Well, Salmon gets picked off as well. They're already all so low, too. Just so much damage taken on their early util. I mean, this is up to Terry. Whether it's drawing attention, whether it's getting a pick, and he's trying to bait that out. We saw he was kind of firing off earlier, see if there's a response. Will tie up 2 members in CT, but NKT no reason to overreact. Last piece of util.
Yeah. It does clear Molly, but it also gives their attentions a little bit away. Hence the flash. Good pick. Instantly traded by Two. Here comes MIQ and Dobu. Again, NKT just reacting so quickly, rotating back and forth as soon as they get information. That puts us at 4-4.
Not the place you would want to be for E9. You know, the 3-0 start, everything went exactly as you would have wanted. Got the plants down, got to carry over the important rifles. You shut down the force buy. It was kind of the dream start, the start you would want to have a chance here to make any sort of upset happen. And now, down to your pistols, and there's not too many rounds left.
So NKT just taking a little while to warm up. This time, with so much more utility, they are controlling mid. Pretty much ensuring that E9 are going to have a tough time stretching their legs across the map. You got Coolest watching into A as well.
Yeah.
So you got to be very careful. I mean, the shadow already shows you everything.
Not going to get the flick upwards, though.
He's got haze.
I mean, Zion's here as well. I mean, you have people watching mid, so Zion's free to provide that backup.
And at the same time, look, you got Zerald pushing down mid, making sure that they are not going to try to rotate over, and if they do, they have to go the long way.
Time in your favor. Heard one of those footsteps there for Zerald, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got the angle.
Yeah, they're ready for this. I mean, communication seems to be there. I'll be honest, you know, while sure the scoreboard, it started the way of E9, in some ways NKT may be looking a bit cleaner than yesterday, a bit crispier, right? A bit quicker on their reactions and their communication than they did on the Nuke Best of 1 yesterday. I mean, and definitely better than they did against
better
LVG,
start too, yes.
Yeah. So overall, I mean, I think this is starting to go the way most people would have expected, but all eyes continue to be on E9, and it's up to them if they want to give us a bit more of a story, something to chew on.
You keep saying that. I'm gonna keep rooting for NKT because right now
I don't think they need much rooting, to be very honest.
But yes, I mean, look at how they're controlling mid. You know, they're not doing it alone. It's a lot of the usual utility pieces as well. But I love how Zeralta is coming here with Coolest or someone to support. This time it's going to be Dobu to come in for the trades, and just as quick as E9 picks up a couple of frags, you've got NKT on the scene. Tick, though, able to fire back, trying to go for the taps towards the end, but MIQ just has it down.
Yeah, a lot of the early control that NKT is taking, E9's response kind of seems to just be go the other way. But what ends up happening is, at that point, if you're down in numbers, they didn't have many rounds where they could have even chosen to save. You know, there's just not many options. You just have to fight your way through, and you have to hope you win your fights. And if you don't, you're back to another round of deals and Tech 9s. This time bringing some more utility, though, so rather than just firepower, wanting to counteract some of that mid-pressure.
Wow.
And look at the change from NKT. They say, right,
Got some mollies.
yeah, I mean, dump everything you got. We'll just stay far back, pick you off one by one on the entry.
It is another safe round, so the best they're hoping for is like 7-5. But I like the slight adjustment. It shows that they are thinking. Meanwhile, for NKT, I mean, still very much in control. Zeralta playing it safe up top mid, red room. Mostly just watching around lamps. Zine.
Shouldn't be too much to write home about here. It's funny. It does seem like it's colder in the arena today. Everyone's kind of wearing their jackets. It's a lot warmer for us in the caster room, actually.
I want to see MIQ's player cam because yesterday he rolled up his sleeves.
I think he's still going with the short sleeve. Yeah, rolled it up as well. I think that's just his thing, man.
That's just his thing.
I mean, listen, I'm kind of with him. I also generally don't deal with the heat very well. I'm much better off when it's colder.
Not too cold.
not too cold, but it's one of those things when you're gaming. You know, Tick tries his best, but when you're gaming, sometimes you know your hands get cold. That's why a lot of people use hand warmers and things like that. But even then, rather than wearing a jacket, I would also rather use a hand warmer. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I don't want more stuff on my shoulders. I don't want it to weigh me down because clearly that's what's holding me back.
That's the main thing
in my games, but
hand warmer is the way to go. But still, yeah, I mean, this is now that last round, the first half. Ooh. Is that double up? We're doing double up? Okay.
I mean, why not? That would also, in all honesty, it's one of those things where sure, it's the last round and a half, but also they've been pushing out so aggressively that if you're able to just set up these these angles, then that would be different. Now, Terry, he's finally figured it out.
Ooh.
It only took the entire 12 rounds.
Zion.
Yeah, not very clear about Zion, though. Neither of them. Terry's like, huh? Oh! That's not. Oh, Terry. Oh.
Good try. I mean, you gotta love and respect how he went past that molly for a second.
Yeah, I was about to say it took 12 rounds for them to realize they should probably just fire back or throw utility back in mid, and it leads to.
He whiffed like what the first shot against Zion.
Well, yeah, I mean he saw him and he just clicked instead of being able to readjust. And Zion is just on a swivel.
So that's the difference. That said, we do have the bomb down towards B. However, Salmon is completely surrounded towards square. Oh, still able to do a little bit of damage though.
Listen, Salmon and B, they go well together, but not good enough. This ain't Inferno, says Zion. Shuts that down, and it should be a 8-4 half. So all things considered for NKT, back exactly where they would have wanted to be.
Right back up on top of things. However, that was E9 Esports' T side, which I don't hate it. You know, they start out really strong. Towards the end, they tried to adjust a little bit, but there was that a couple of rounds where they had to save up twice.
All right, we gotta make up your mind here. You're rooting for NKT, but you're gonna give the benefit of the doubt to E9's T side here after.
Yes.
After only winning the rounds they should have after the pistol.
Yes, that's what I'm learning from Elfish.
Okay. I mean, listen. For one, I think it's NKT is just playing mega confident. They're not doing anything, you know, never before seen. You know, you send the util down in mid, but then you're pushing off of it. And quite frankly, E9 started to play scared. Right? They lose a couple of first rounds, and they start to play scared. It took them quite a few rounds
for Terry to
find a response, and it was too late. It was too late by then. And even then, Zion, the 180.
Now that we're swapping sides, though, I mean, one of the key things that Elfish was looking out for is that you want to see a team having enough experience, enough knowledge to come up with a lot of these set smokes and lineups. Because if they don't know that, then you're not going to be able to control the map well enough on the CT side.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, you want to make sure they're not getting free crosses across mid and pushing up to red, you know.
Not too much utility because it is the pistol round, though. Zion with 2 flashes, 1 smoke. NKT going for a default hold. I think they're feeling that sort of like aggression from E9, who have been rushing a little bit on that T side, so.
Yeah, I mean, E9, you know, no presence or pressure on the B side, just looking for these early picks, but otherwise it should be a retake here, right? The flash and the smoke, neither close enough. Tuo's going to come over.
Okay, a little tag, but not enough for the frag on Dobu. So they managed to clear out all the corners, and this gives them the bomb plant. Full-on 5-on-5 pistol retake.
Yeah, you got to wait for Terry's smoke, though. I mean, that's the one thing you got going for you. The smoke from NKT still bloomed as well, so now not much time is the problem. Obviously, no defuse kits involved, and MIQ is on the lurk. I mean, Tick's ready for it, but my eyes aren't there. If everything goes one by one, MIQ is going to be the hero, trying to come from behind. Already, time ticking down. And that's it.
Pretty much the difference maker. I think having MIQ towards the back to take out Tick, who had the dualies, who was supposed to set something up, but yeah, trying to throw bodies in, even as careful as you are, just not enough time at the end of the day, because the bomb timer is quicker.
Now, So I wonder. I mean, E9 got all those kills. You go for the force. So far, nothing. So they seem fairly set. I'm just sticking to that 2-0, the only one.
Not enough to force.
Yeah, just off of those kills, we'll just go for the deagle, but that's it. No util either. Just hoping for some kills, and
at the same time, like considering the scoreline, forcing right now, if it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I mean you give it up.
So NKT, they're actually respecting kind of, you know, smoothly approaching forward, but not really full committing to a single site. Just picking them off a little bit.
Yeah, E9 also took the gamble of, you know, taking the aggression in mid. They get pushed back by util. Now 2-0 and Zine have no idea about each other. 2-0. Oh, 2-0 actually did hear the molly, so he's looking for it.
Oh, again.
Zine is just ballerina today, all over the map. No one's catching him from behind.
A bit of a foregone conclusion. NKT picks up the round. Full buy now for E9 Esports. Can we see, you know, some of those smoke lineups? Because one of the things that worked out really well for NKT on their CT side was really the way that they controlled mid.
Yeah, the thing is I mean, NKT obviously full util entirely, so I don't think they're going to just let that up for free. Surely some responses, whether it's in mid or not. I mean, you see it already, the smoke's going down on both sides. Now, the good news for E9 is Terry has chosen to disrespect that just a bit, and they've absolutely locked down mid and cave, so it's on NKT to try to regain some control, and they seem to have a very good understanding of that.
Yeah, cave is the scary one, but so far so good. Split is being controlled. You've got Terry watching it, Neverland now making sure that nobody from NKT is easily pushing up forward. MIQ even having a tough time with the hit shot angle, so Tick shuts him down. No real commitment from NKT just yet.
Yeah, Coolest just throwing that last flash to keep people at bay as they are ready to rotate the bomb over.
Terry, though.
Yeah, I mean, Terry has a good read on this. He saw that flash and there's no follow-up. He knows something's up. The timing from Zine, though, that's the big question. Just above.
And sprayed enough, however. I mean, Zine is...
I mean, this round, yeah.
It's got to be traded right now.
If NKT makes something happen, then I would say that pretty much spells the end here for map 1 for E9, not just score-wise, but also the manner in which it would need to happen. Execute coming through, though. So a lot of util still left, so E9 has to respect this. Phantom's not here entirely just yet.
No.
Okay, Zine stepping a bit too far forward, apparently. Maybe that communication not quite there yet.
But those two are the ones who have been on the team.
I know. I mean, listen, I don't think it was going to change the result of the round either way, but...
You can see what Coolest was going for. I mean, I like the idea. You actually spray through. If you do manage to get a kill or just keep people at bay, suppressive fire, that would have been great. But Zine...
Yeah, to be very fair, Zine, you should have been nowhere near anything because you were so low. So it was just a bit of a mishap. We won't read too much into it. Just a little fun.
Main thing back into it is Terry and his aggressive push down mid.
Pop flash. Takes him a little bit to exit the smoke, and no trade from 2-0. That's unfortunate. 2-0 wanted to go for the trade. I mean, that was the idea here. They knew Terry was stuck.
Otherwise, it would have been good to capitalize on the heaven position, but that's it. I mean, this NKT now starting to read the game, knowing that those mid smokes would have meant that there are players trying to make plays such as that. Still, though, Cave made use. Neverland trying to sneak through. Tick managing to get one, defending the A site.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, just because they made it a 2v2, suddenly it's a round they want to try again. Because otherwise, you know, they needed these rifles in the next round. But, you know, they get one, then they're able to get another, win the 1v1s. Now still split, but MIQ is so low that you got to, well, even the timing in favor. So E9 not out of it just yet.
It's really nice to see. You know, good recovery despite the early exchange. I mean, part of it also is just NKT going for some of these individual fights across the map. because there's so much happening. You got a 1v1 around cave, and if you don't win that one, it's like a little bit risky. So, result of that is a bit of an eco round for NKT, one that could be really hectic.
Yeah, just not much to work with here. Just Steagles and Zine CZ once again, but all things considered, E9, I mean, they're getting very close to trying to make something happen again on their pick. So, I mean, if they can even get that map, guarantee at least a map 3. Sure, it will be a long day for him, but something that would be something to write home about.
No, it's just kind of standard stuff. I mean, apart from this, it's just also E9, now that they've got the full buys, now they've got the rifles, take on this op, they can afford to do so much more.
Yeah. Considering the score, you know, a couple rounds ago, it would have been like, well, if they lose one, they're going to have to save against still anyway. They haven't stabilized yet, et cetera, et cetera. But now they're in a place. Now they're in a good place. Carried over all their weaponry. Econ has stabilized. They've closed the gap. There's a couple more options simply than you got to win everything that's left. And now the full util for E9 as well. So for the first time in what seems like a little while, they should be absolutely favored for the coming rounds. Double Molly and the nade just trying to pick off any early aggression.
Ooh, tick. Completely overwhelmed by it. He's
Still gets one.
Repeat.
Yeah, swings back around. I mean, if he showed his back, he would have had to give so much more. So holding the fort as much as you can. And this is more than anyone could have asked for on the side of E9.
Really fast, and now everyone else from E9 is already on the A side as well. As soon as the bomb goes down, okay, MIQ still flashed, able to get a shot nonetheless, trying to play around the boxes.
You don't have any flashes to come out of Donut. Oh no.
Not enough support.
I don't know how they...
Oh, no, that's not what you want to have. MIQ is going on a tear. And with the op picked up now, Zine just ensuring that Two not quite able to push out, buying it a little bit more time.
He has no idea where Coolest is. Knows where Zine is. But Coolest hit it to the very end, and I don't know how it got to that point. I mean, you used... It did sound like that you had both... They had two flashbangs that were used to start the retake from CT, but the flashbang's not timed for the instant retake from Donut as well through the smoke, and then they were just out of util. Even off of the flashes from CT, you went out one by one, MIQ able to just focus on one side and then the next.
And that was kind of the difference that we have. That said, they still have some left in the bank, so buying back up again, Tick. This might be one of their last few buys, though, if NKT wins.
I mean, yeah, it will be. If NKT wins this, that's the map.
Okay.
But listen, Tick is... he did so much the last round. For E9, you have to at least respond this time to the successes he's bringing.
And switching up the positions as well. Previously on A, now on towards B. A clean round coming in from E9 Esports. They pushed out of cave as well. And just, I don't know, starting to stretch their legs a bit. They're actually being proactive all across the map. MIQ tried to take that entry on towards B, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, and NKT, you know, correctly just assessing that they still only need one round for the map point. I'll just go for a half buy here with the upgraded pistols. And, you know, you just hope for whatever you can do. At the end of the day, it's just going to be that one round that matters. Now, Zion has a read on what the movement's been so far near cave, but he is stuck all alone. Gets a timing on Terry, though. The baiting coming out from Zeralt, you know, goes for the spam through the smoke, draws the attention. And here's the thing, is that you had two members, right? Tua was there in mid. Terry did not need to be the one who swiveled back around, but unfortunately, it's one of those things where, unless you're trained as a squad, right, you just trust your teammates. It's reactions. Yeah, it's just reactions. You hear something, you turn your head, and that's the timing. So it's the little things where the experience starts to show through a little bit.
And what started off as a pistol round for NKT is suddenly turned into 2 AKs versus 2 more from E9, an M4 and an AWP.
I mean, you give this up, it's map point, but at the same time, there's not much you can do here, right? The 2 AKs picked up as well, 4v2.
Yeah, I think they're thinking the same.
I mean, I think you have to. It feels bad, but I think you have to save it and go for the OT. Especially after that, but they had already made up their mind. Now, yeah, MIQ's not going to feel too bad going on the hunt here if he wanted to.
That's just so crazy. I mean, NKT having the experience, having the knowledge to know that Zine can go for such a timing to get himself into such a spot. Zeralt,
not what you want to see.
Yeah. Initially, like, I was, going to allude to him getting the distraction away for Terry, but then now with the Deagle kill as well, that's another rifle. Match point, I should say, for NKT.
And not exactly a full bank. Not really anywhere close to it.
FMS, maybe.
I mean, yeah,
you're
gonna
want utility.
Yeah, you need util here. Otherwise, you're basically giving up mid for free, and at that point, cave along with it. So you work with what you got. FAMAS, MP9, and just smokes across the board. That's it. Otherwise, you got to pick and choose your timings here.
Heavier emphasis towards B, however. You only have, I don't know, Terry hiding around Donut. That suggests a bit of a retake play around A site.
He's not ready for this. He has no idea. Didn't have an idea, but still had the aim. Of course, definitely not ready for the double.
Good trade coming through from MIQ. Now a little bit more pressure created outside top mid, outside of red room.
NKT is just playing this by the book, right? You send MIQ into red, it's gonna have to draw people out from one side or the other. And Dobu was ready for it. Now that you've shut down the push out
rotations.
Yeah, from the B site, you know that you should have a pretty easy time going in.
Oh, unless Neverland.
I mean, it's a 3v3. If he gets a kill here, stays alive, it should be good.
I thought he might be able to catch Dobu, but alright, maybe not on the cross, but on the other left side of square. Now plant coming in. Geralt needs to land a shot, and even more.
HE for Tick. To do some damage, and he thought about it, but for too long. And that's Coolest with a double closing things out. 13-8.
Left themselves a little bit vulnerable with the utility being pulled out, and yeah, maybe not quite expecting Coolest to be there.
Well, I think he was still thinking about where he wanted to throw that HE, right? Either you're crossing safely and then throwing it into cave, or you're throwing it onto the plant. I mean, one or the other. You have to kind of make up your mind. But perhaps because of the, just because of the timing, they thought NKT would want to try to play it safe. Yeah, and at the end of the day, and I think this goes for really any type of, especially FPS, but maybe even more so with CS, given its history, is that's where the experience shows, right? You can't think twice. You can't be still thinking while you're in the middle of your actions. You either commit to one or the other, and that's how you create the best chances that you'll have. And this time, E9 didn't have that choice.
Yeah, I can't really hesitate in moments like that. But at the same time, I mean, they did have a pretty good start, so that's always fun to see. But NKT towards the end, I mean, these rounds where they had nothing but pistols and they still managed to convert it. When we're watching games like, I don't know, ACME versus TYLOO, whenever ACME's on a pistol, that does not happen. However, with more experience, with that, protocols to bait and allow for Zine to come up with kills like that, it's so different.
Yeah, I mean, you create the best chances you had, and it works out, I think, maybe twice in this map, out of the 4 or 5 times that they were pushed down to that scenario. So, unfortunately for E9, their pick, not the victory they're going to find. And quite frankly, the next one is just a rematch of yesterday's nuke. So, already things looking a bit on the downhill. The good news for NKT is this is how it should be on paper, right? You should not be giving up a map against E9. Regardless of the roster situation here, and Coolest made sure of that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of efforts coming out from NKT. Maybe not the most, execute heavy, but you can still see that as a whole, the entire squad is experienced enough. They know how to play off of each other. They know that, players like MIQ can go for those entries at times. But I will say, the numbers on the side of E9's side, you know, it's not too bad. They did have some moments. Terry, for example, wanting to go through smokes, that's always something to be applauded.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're taking your chances, and overall, like you said on the scoreboard itself, no one entirely just falling off and being non-present, which was kind of the case yesterday for a lot of these teams. So, you know, E9, I think, obviously, the earlier win also giving them a bit confidence that they could try to play their own game. And there were some rounds. It wasn't an entire blowout, but at the same time, it wasn't anything that we couldn't expect from this matchup so far on map 1.
It does kind of bring to mind what happened yesterday, though. But you know what? We're going to go to a quick interview, and then we'll find out what happens on map 2. So don't go away. We will be back.
ZOWIE has developed the U2 symmetrical design wireless mouse specifically for claw grip players who prioritize agility and multi-angle operation. In the past, ZOWIE has designed multiple mouse shapes. Among symmetrical claw grip designs, the FK mouse series is widely known. The shape of most ZOWIE mouse series in the past were primarily designed to accommodate significant horizontal movements commonly found in games like Counter-Strike. In response to the growing emphasis on multi-angle and agile movement in FPS games, we began developing U2 many years ago based on feedback from ZOWIE enthusiasts. Most symmetrical wireless mice on the market have straight-sided designs. U2 features a design with inwardly tapered curves on both sides, which offers a distinct and properly positioned finger resting point. This design enables a more relaxed and stable grip for the thumb, ring finger, and pinky when holding and lifting the mouse. The left side curved design combined with the overall curve of the back reduces the thumb angle, which stabilizes muscle frequency and also supports a faster index finger click speed. The right side curved design facilitates easy placement of the ring finger. It promotes balanced force exertion on both sides of the hand and allows for more stability during mouse movement. Regarding the side buttons, through experiments with different shapes and positions, U2's side button design facilitates easier thumb access. U2 meets the demand for agile and enduring performance. In addition to its shape, we've changed the upper half of mouse skates to a larger one for a more familiar gliding experience among ZOWIE users. U2 uses the now proven 3395 sensor for long-term component supply stability. To deliver a better wireless experience, the enhanced receiver offers improved stability of the wireless signal. It minimizes frame drops and stuttering stemming from wireless interference during gaming and maintains stable, high-quality transmission during wireless applications. The enhanced receiver doubles as a charging dock, preventing accidental cable disconnections while powering up using wires. This is a brief introduction of the U2. Please feel free to DM us if you have any questions. DIAC technology reduces ghosting in fast game scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DIAC stands out with its distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DIAC functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, ZOWIE adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, ZOWIE advances DIAC technology with its latest improvement featuring dual backlight design, the DIAC 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay. Please DM us if you have any questions. We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to EXTREMESLAND. I'm standing with Neverland from E9 Esports.
好，欢迎回来啊！现在站在我们身旁的是E9战队的 Neverland 选手。
Now, why don't you introduce yourself, Neverland? Tell us a bit about your professional career in esports.
好 ，Neverland 先自我介绍一下。
大家好，我是 Neverland， 来自E9战队的突破手。
之前都有什么样的经历？
之前在国内几个职业队打过职业。
So my name's Neverland. I'm the entry fragger for E9, and I've also played professionally in some other Chinese teams.
You know, judging how the first game went, obviously, how are you feeling? Is this going to be closing out in a 2-0? Oh, sorry. It's the other way around. I'm still thinking about durian pizza, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, so, I mean, you guys have won some games since yesterday, but how are you feeling going into the next round against NKT?
就是你们昨天你们觉得是不是今天打的比昨天要好一点？那么你们打 NKT 接下来还有什么要做什么调整吗？
今天应该感觉上比昨天要好不少。然后我们想的就是让1追2嘛，马上就是赢第2图了。
Alright. So our form is definitely way better than yesterday, and we are just thinking about that reverse sweep. So yeah, we're gonna take it in 3.
All right. Well, wishing you all the best for the next game, and you know we want to see a full best of 3 today. Thank you. Neverland.
好的，加油加油啊！我们争取我们的图3见，好不好？好，我们把时间交回给解说老师。
Love to hear it, right? Just feeling better than yesterday. I think that's for sure. Obviously, they also won the previous match, but not just that. Even in the match or in the first map against NKT, there were better moments, right? There were more of those better moments, and then he's saying we're gonna go for that reverse sweep. To be fair, that's all they can go for. The non-reverse sweep win is out the window.
Yeah,
right?
that would have been the first thing that Chubby Ninja said. But I mean. The way that he said that, it's meant a few words. Like, no, I don't have much else to say. Just let my game.
He's got to play some Counter-Strike. He's got to play some Counter-Strike. He's not here to talk. He's here to play some Counter-Strike.
Exactly. But you know, that said, if we take a look at what happened on this exact same map pick yesterday, yeah, it's a little bit different. 13-5 scoreline. Yes, their form, E9's form today is a lot different. So hopefully the score will be different as well. However, NKT starting out on the T side of Nuke, you get 8 rounds on that first half. It says quite a bit, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday E9 just didn't have some very clear answers, right? Even to the basic util, and quite frankly, at a certain point, you just have to hit your shots, and that were the beginning couple of rounds. Later on yesterday, E9, you know, they had a couple other moments, but at the end of the day, once you start to fall back on utility and things like that, but hold that thought as we are just blowing through the door here onto the second map. An early trade, Dobu's stuck, so Coolest has to provide it. Oh, Dobu just swinging out. Goes for just a pre-fire, and Zeralt's going to help finish it off.
It was a good opening shot from Tick, however, so I still have a little bit of hope for E9. Maybe they could get a better score line, but still, right now, main thing is that the bomb is planted. Terry getting a nice little shot from outside as well. Back to a 3-on-3. Dobu is a little bit low.
Yeah.
Not to mention Neverland's positioning. Ooh.
Yeah, if they can get in, it should be okay, but they have to clear so many corners, and they're running out of time. Kula staying alive for way more than he ever should have had the right of doing so. And that gives time for Dobu to swing around, and that's going to be the pistol for NKT. I mean, oof. Yeah, I don't even know, because it should have been a pinch. It should have been both angles, so even if the initial kill doesn't happen, the backup should have been there, I believe, from Tick, but it just does not happen, and that takes too long. Dobu, not one to miss that chance.
Certainly not. That said, I mean, it does come down to the last player alive, so, you know, just the pistol round, but a great start again from NKT. Again, Nuke, you're playing on the CT side. E9, they should have this, like, slight inherent advantage, but NKT seem to always turn things around.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here. Now, it does look like
a
small tech pause, so we'll just sort through that. As we were saying earlier, we've been fairly fortunate here. Nothing too crazy. But you know, so many moving parts. I want to know what MIQ's average body temperature is, man. Like, how is he rolling up his sleeves? It is, what is it, January 27th?
Those guns generate
Yeah, and apparently, I mean, they do. Listen, muscles will help with that. I mean, so will a certain amount of fat as well, but usually if you had to pick between one or the other, you should probably choose the muscles, yeah. I'm not one to speak, but listen, I'm trying.
Issue's over with.
I'm trying. Listen. I mean, the tech issue's over, but E9 doesn't really have much in their pockets either.
You just
so
came back from your honeymoon, so you're trying.
I think we're okay to talk about IQ's muscles a bit, okay? He's making me look bad. I don't want to look back at my honeymoon photos anymore.
All right, but still, I mean, it's a round where, you know, E9 has nothing but USPs. They had some kills. Now we're trying something a little bit interesting. On Raptors, you got 2 players stacked on top of each other. 4, maybe, I should say, but NKT not blindly rushing into A like what they were attempting to do in the pistol round.
Listen, I'm okay with it, right? Again, no investment, so you do something.
Until Tick fell.
Oh yeah, Tick definitely didn't want to do that. Salmon also on the ground.
Broke his legs.
So everybody, no, I think Tick actually.
Oh, took damage.
Yeah,
from,
he took damage. Okay. Yeah, no, Tick was the one outside. So
I thought I heard the falling sound.
Everyone just falling apart is what they were doing. And now the gun round should come through. Now, of course, a wise pistol there, a wise save from E9 will allow them to stock up all the way up to an AWP for Tick. Now, he had some good shots yesterday on Nuke as well. So far today, I would say he's been okay. So curious to see if that'll help turn things around. The position looks to be ramp.
There have been times where they were able to lock it outside of garage.
The thing is Tick has no Yuto, and there's no one nearby to allow for his retreat either. So he might be good for one shot, but he's not even good for that. Missed it. Gets taken out immediately, and that's ramp given up.
Oh, no. With that possibly B as well. The only one here that could do something is TWO, but he is pretty much being singed.
I think he got spotted.
Yeah, definitely did.
Yeah, had to have.
And they don't know that Dobu's here, so that's... Oh, he got Salmon. Now TWO.
Yeah, Dobu heard the extra member and probably figured it might have been 2-0 to begin with, but at the end of the day, Dobu gets more than he bargained for, and Terry's going to have to save this Silence M4 alongside Neverland.
So, I mean, it's with that op shot being whiffed, it kind of feels as though off of the first map loss, E9 starting to reel back a bit. They were in such great form from before. Hopefully they can recover, because that's exactly what they did against NCTDK. So, not too bad as they stay tucked away behind CT now. Oh, God, that molly.
Yeah, draws out the smoke, though, right?
Yeah.
You'll take whatever. I mean, you're ahead. You feel good. You're banking up right now on the side of NKT.
Spend 300.
Yeah, take away a little bit more of that util. They'll either have to reinvest it or not. Now, I mean, you have 2 M4s still that you were able to carry over for E9, so not all is lost. Just an extra Molly Incendiary here for Tick.
That's it, still. The pistols, this is going to be a little bit tricky unless some of these M4s can sing. Meanwhile, on NKT's side, a lot more freedom, right? You do have... Yeah, that's going to be Tick trying to play the position, but got spotted out by Dobu instead.
Yeah, I'm too late to make that choice, too. It seemed...
Let's go to secret.
Yeah, Tick just didn't have really a... He couldn't make up his mind, is what I'm trying to say.
And then you've got Neverland just hovering around ramp and checking to see if NKT are committing anything. For now, MIQ going back in to check towards lobby. Does spot out 2-0.
I mean... Oh. Okay, Terry with a double. I was about to say, MIQ, I have to imagine that Nuke is... Yeah, don't know what happened with Salmon there, but I have to imagine Nuke is one of his more preferred maps, because yes, I mean, of course the opponent matters as well, but performed very well in this matchup. So far, looking to do the same, but then he did kind of fall off against LVG, so trying to regain some of that confidence today.
This, though, does seem like a bit of a save now.
I mean, it has to be. You're starting to get to a couple of rounds where you're grasping at straws. Now, Terry's very low. You'd have to get a little lucky here for Terry if he's going to survive. Now, his position not exactly the one you'd expect. So he will get out, but Neverland not going to be as fortunate.
Might have been spotted, too.
Definitely spotted.
Yeah, posting up. Terry managing to get down MIQ, though.
Oh, okay.
So definitely still having signs of life to keep things competitive, but that's it. In terms of economy, in terms of momentum, NKT has it all. Of course, they will be able to reinvest now that they've saved up. E9 need to switch things up. Tick previously was trying to hold up on ramp. It didn't quite work out.
Yeah, this time with utility, though, right? And I think that's the biggest difference. Is last time, it was a little curious that he would be in a position where the retreat is really, you have to show your back to do so. And there was no backup nor utility available. This time, the situation a bit different. Now, we are going to see quite a few changes in position as Tick is the one standing outside.
What is this take? All the artillery and pushing out that way. MIQ able to take down 12. They clear the corners. They clear out Hut. And with a quick push, they managed to take A, something that E9 I don't think expected.
No, drop off of the opponent's flash as well, or Terry's flash rather, but doesn't lead to much more.
And that leaves us again with 2 sole remaining players left alive.
Oh, they definitely want to take this AWP out of his hands. Tick trying to isolate the angles.
Every time he fires, they're inching up closer and closer. Clueless able to take him down. Terry with a nice little spray, though. Double kill. Clueless swapping over to the Tech 9 just to rush him down.
Terry's doing what he can, man. But listen, 2-0's not doing anything, so it kind of balances out. And it's not really, any one person's fault, but you're losing a lot of those earlier duels. And while Terry seems to be really focused in, he's trying to do his best, you're always starting on that back foot in every round so far. And at that point, the kills perhaps not as impactful. The scoreline for Terry would speak that they should have at least 1 round, but just not the case.
If anything, it's also just how, the repeated mental conditioning of breaking squeaky, then sometimes going outside. NKT having the depth to pull off such a strat just to execute quickly into A site. It's one of the things that they can do because they're more experienced. E9 not really knowing how to react off of it. So back to something a little bit more default now. No smokes outside, but they're just kind of walking through. You've got players from E9 trying to watch from heaven and around the CT, but that's about it.
I don't mind the early... I was about to say as long as Neverland stays alive, because then they can at least cover their flank, but now more options opened up for NKT.
Oh no.
Terry, too many targets for him to choose from. because before that, what was happening was they gave up outside, but they were holding CT. They already had ramp. They had A site. You know, they were ready to rush into B as well to stop the take. I mean, E9, clearly the ideas are there, but again, you lose that first duel, and suddenly you have to react, otherwise you're giving too much space. They would have had basically, NKT would have had 90% of the map.
I'm kind of slowly feeling a slight loss of confidence. There's a lot more hesitation on the side of the E9 players now. The positions that they're playing are so far back, and at this point, NKT are really just collecting on kills. Yes, you would have loved for Neverland to be able to, you know, watch the flank and whatnot, but if NKT can even just, you know, abuse all that space outer and then push up and take those duels head on, it's not really what you want to have for your CT side on this map. So you can hold on to the op at the very least.
Well, can you? There's a lot of time. I don't think NKT is really afraid of anything, considering that they will continue to win these rounds. They will continue to be able to buy up as long as they continue the rounds and just back and forth. Hate to see it.
So much coordination, though. Flash to buy the attention away, and then Dobu from behind. And keep in mind, this is a squad that, yeah, has 2 subs. So, although maybe not every single map is that well rehearsed, some of the fundamental ideas that they have still sound.
Yeah, I mean, not subs to, you know, ignore either at an individual level. So, clearly working the best with what they got. This time, just Eagles.
That's it. I will kind of wonder how NKT might perform against Mongols, but right now, E9 backs against the wall. They just go in for it. Neverland able to land a deagle shot right to Dobu's face.
Yeah, you get what, you know, you'll take what you can get.
1 HP with an AK.
I mean, in all honesty, 6 is all they get was E9's story against NCTDK.
True.
But I don't think it's going to happen here. I mean, sure, you have an AK, you can try to make something happen in a train here, but already the other 2 members too far away.
I like that they're not just like blindly going in to try to pick up kills, though. Now hit spotted, Neverland finds another one. If you can hold on to this AK, that would be even better. Teammates, on the other hand, just trying to go for some exits, rushing the secret now, trying to gun them down. Terry with a quick double kill. Trying to spot out the last player too. MIQ just making sure that he could try at least to run away. But of course.
Yeah, the thing is I mean, sure, it gives you a bit of a confidence boost, but it shouldn't amount to too much, right? I mean, considering the bank that NKT had. So to buy here, if they have a couple members left alive from every round here on out, they should always be able to normalize in one way or another. So I don't think NKT feels bad about it, but at the same time for E9, you know, a couple more kills, maybe get enough to make it pay for itself, get a bit of a confidence boost. Yeah, well, yeah, they did pick those up, so that's what does matter.
Now the utility coming in as well, but what is this MIQ? Hopping over the fire and the flames, Terry able to shoot him down so quickly. A little bit of support coming out from Troll as well, but not quite able to do too much. Tick just shooting NKT on there. Weird travels into B.
I mean, commitment, that's what it was. Just sticking to the bit, and eventually, hey, you know, does allow them to get into B site, so in some way or form, mission accomplished, not in the fashion you wanted. The timing and the shot good for Salmon. But
good trades.
Yeah,
still winnable.
Yeah, I mean, you can't rest on your laurels here if you're E9. Coolus and Dobu. Now, you know, at the end of the day, it is going to have to be the frags that make something happen for them, but
they can get the bomb down. I mean, just trying to play with the timing, trying to get a sense for E9 as to how they might have the option.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is right, it's a 2v3, you have no util to hold off, and so you're looking for this one extra kill. And at the same time, I mean, for E9, sure, it's a 3v2, so you're like, well, let's see if they left, but none of them are really that grouped up. A bit unfortunate to see. Now, a decent amount to work with, no smokes, but lots of flashes and mollies as well, so start to work a little process of elimination here. Pushes Dobu out.
Mostly unaffected though. Watch out for those flashes.
I don't know if you can set each other up to cover the cross. Okay, 2v1. Time ticking, but Tick does have a defuse kit. Oh, I don't know if they suspect this. They do! Tua with a nice shot. And Tick will get the defuse.
Going in for the body block too. That was a nice little touch. So 7-1. E9 gets their first win on this map. With that, nice little economical boost too. Tick keeping that op very valuable. Main thing is I want to see how he kind of like repositions, because we've seen the ramp hold, maybe not too great. This time he was helping out his teammate from admin, which is nice. But sometimes you want to see a little bit of outside presence, and that's, that's what they're going for this time.
Yeah, I mean, earlier they had the one round where they tried to plant him far up next to red box. Of course, just didn't have any targets to fight against. This time, story will be a bit different, but look at this. You talked about the conditioning before. A lot of pressure drawn back into A, and MIQ sneaks into vents as well. And Tick follows him suit with the up. Oh,
very patient.
All right.
Conditioning not quite working out the way
No,
that,
I mean, MIQ realized it too late, heard it in the last moment. Neverland starting to come alive a little bit as well. That's very helpful.
Denying any control over Mini as well, so NKT might as well opt for the save at this point. But since they're already that far up, Zeralta just looking to try to pinch down Neverland. Not expecting Salmon to push out though. And with that, a little bit more confidence going the way of E9 Esports.
I mean, this could, the way it's going, it could very well end a 7-5 half. I mean, you know, not the best thing, but the best E9 can do from this point on. And more than anything, you're starting to hit some of your shots, right? I mean, Neverland now with a 8-5 score line. Terry, of course, has been tearing it up so far on this map. And if 2-0 can start to get up there as well, you know, find some moments for himself, I think that's all you could really hope for going into the second half. Zine.
Always good with the CZ.
Yeah, I mean, Zine and a CZ can't tear him apart, but he will make good for one.
And that's an even numbers now. Numbers fight. Would be better if NKT could pick up more weapons, but of course E9 considering that as well. They are watching those angles. Tick. Good for the first shot.
Yeah, saw the rifle as well, so suspecting a second.
Whiffing a second and third allows for Coolest to glide down ramp, trying to re-peek. And that's where Terry finds him. MIQ has the positioning.
Tick redeeming himself a little bit with that last shot. You can see him kind of shaking his head of like, oof. That's okay, Tick. We call that teamwork. Set up for Terry, you know? Yeah. Get up to that 13-kill score line. Either way, you get the round, you keep the AWP, all the important parts falling into place for E9.
I like that. Okay. But yeah, you know, with it being a 7-3, we're making sure that Zine doesn't walk away with more like CZ kills and crazy pistol wins for NKT. That said, yeah, second last round before the first half ends. We got NKT buying up whatever they've got.
Yeah, and another aggressive off angle here for Tick's AWP. Flashes this time. Salmon a lot more prepared for it, so was 2-0. I mean, at this point, E9, you know, it took them a little bit, but they finally figure it out. They're ready for all the possibilities when it comes to this aggression through Squeaky.
Yeah, and surrounding the site too, getting the great positions. NKT not quite able to execute onto A site any longer, which does kind of limit their options a bit and makes it a little bit easier for E9 to read them.
Yeah, I am wondering why just overall throughout this half, NKT just seems to not have really focused on outside at all. I mean, there's like that one round where
too much,
they got their secret, but it was empty at that point. So And, they're not even trying to fake anything out there. I mean, sure, the initial pressure onto A worked with the squeaky push and all that, so all that conditioning is great, but we just haven't seen any more of it. And maybe this is why, if it works, don't fix what's not broke.
Always a little bit of that 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, I am just curious as to, is that going to change when they go to CT? Are they going to play a bit more standard default?
I think it should, but wow, Zion just doubling back in. Now Coolest, they've managed to create a little bit more space. Have the option to go through ramp. But then re-peeking into Tick around Hut.
Tick is all alone for the time being. They're more scared of their flank than anything. They'll happily give up, any entry into B as they don't really have an option here. Just banking their chances. Now, Zion may get a bit too curious and walk right into Neverland. Oh, NKT, you might be overthinking this. Which, you can't blame him. Neverland, watching the wrong angle. No support available, but Neverland somehow wins that first duel. Now a 1v1, but the call-out should be there. Zion down to 9 HP.
20 seconds too.
He's trying to fake out B. He's trying to fake it out, but here comes the molly, and now there's just no time. That's going to be it for E9. I mean, listen, NKT, they started to think a bit too much. Now, initially, okay, you saw no vision. You're trying to clear everything out. If you could make it especially because you were low, if you could make it a 2v1, that pretty much guarantees the round, so I get it. But afterwards, I mean, the fake into B from Zion, I mean, at that point, it's a 50-50, right? You either hope that he bites it or not, so he throws the flash. Unfortunately for him, Tick just never left the site on A.
So it's always a little bit more difficult, especially now that E9 is starting to find some rounds towards the end of the half. Gained more confidence, started connecting a little bit more, especially with Tick redeeming himself. Terry was always good on certain positions, and yeah, I mean, NKT, this was that T side, so I'm not really going to fault them too much.
Yeah, here's the thing is, E9, the whole, A rush, blasting through Squeaky, probably not going to be as successful for E9, just given the caliber of NKT. So I think that's the pressure they have to deal with here, is that they will most likely, or they will want to at the very least, still, go with the default setups outside. And at that point, if you start to lose a couple of those long-range duels again, you probably lose that confidence. So, obviously the pistol always important going into the second half. But on top of that, I'm looking at the first gun round or so and seeing how that setup works. Now E9, a bit of a switch up here, trying to go for a ramp rush. They will be set up for it, but still 2 members. Oh, I like it.
So they're just leaving Neverland here. If someone from NKT decides to push past admin, they're practically dead.
Well, the thing is you gotta imagine they're somewhat aware of it, right? I mean, okay, you made all this noise, and now you've rotated. Now this should open up the site a little bit.
What?
Still trades. Not over just yet. E9 can't stop the bleeding, as they just have.
There's that effectiveness of the lurk. So,
okay, Dobu hears this, so no one there to follow through, and you have the numbers advantage. You can always leave someone behind to watch for you, and the spot as well. So, okay, E9, maybe not exactly the picture they were painting, but what does work is, so I was assuming, okay, the lurk probably a bit apparent, but the main meat of it was, okay, you push through, you at least draw attention to ramp, and that loosens up A a little bit. So I love the fact that they're understanding if we also just rush and we meet even numbers, we probably won't win. But we can weaken that a little bit and shake things up.
It happens with that push back into A, which actually worked out quite well for E9. So with that bomb down towards B, they managed to make it work.
streaky
with
map.
that, yeah.
Yeah, 7 rounds on one side and then 6 over to E9.
A bit of a force for NKT, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is as much of a force buy as they can get. Now, sure you had, what, 2, 3 kills, I guess, but you lose this, suddenly E9, they're looking very hopeful for a map 3. Same setup so far. Although perhaps not the kill you were bargaining for. 2-0, just trying to cover all corners. The double angle from MIQ as well. And 2-0 was aware of this. He suspected it could happen, but suddenly they're stuck.
Neverland trying to pre-fire these positions.
MIQ!
But, oh my goodness. Not supposed to happen. That hand cannon is going off. Now he's going hunting for Tick. Trying to fire off, just buying attention away as Zine streams him down. That's going to be Salmon, the only one left.
Everything that could have gone wrong. I mean, okay, Coolest getting the first shot, sure. I mean, that's why you buy the Scout. But then 2-0 trying to close the angle, but just no further util to absolutely secure the kill onto Coolest, right? I mean, round's still not over just yet, but MIQ is ready for it, and Salmon picks the wrong 50-50. Taken out, MIQ very happy.
But the idea behind it, I mean, on paper, yeah, E9 should not have lost that round. But how do you're not quite expecting, I think they thought that like they would still be confident enough to be able to at least take down Coolest and then subsequently MIQ.
I mean, but those are moments where it's like, listen, whatever util you do have left, which to be fair, I don't know exactly what they had, but it definitely wasn't 0. So you got to use it to make sure you keep your advantage, right?
Yeah,
keep that snowball going. Well.
So now, not the best thing, but they try to opt for the outside push instead. Salmon able to get one, and then Coolest makes it a trade. Smokes are now gone. Movement's a little bit more apparent to NKT because you can see their positions. Coolest going back in to re-peek in case someone is outside. And of course that is Neverland, but currently tucked away. The bomb is down.
So after this one, I mean, NKT, they'll be carrying over, presumably, many of these weapons. Definitely, well, I was going to say definitely at least 2 of the rifles, but Terry is going to find MIQ all alone. Picks that one up. It's dropped again. Not going to be able to recover the AK, but they'll still be able to start to bank it up. So if NKT can win one more here, not only is it a little bit of trouble for E9, but they should be able to feel good for the rest of what I presume to be the match. And of course, with the half buy last round, E9 gonna have to choose for the save.
Yeah, last bonus not gonna be able to help them too much if they buy up this time. So full save.
It doesn't feel good though, does it?
Especially not when NKT goes for the anti-eco. MP9's at hand. They are looking to rush things down. They've managed to push in towards lobby. And a lot of attention being drawn away. Neverland turned away at the wrong time. And this is just, again, NKT wreaking havoc, getting a good read on the current state of the server.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you weren't going to do much with that round anyway, E9. Just don't think much about it. Obviously, this is the one where you're trying to claw back into it.
Because if you lose this round, then that's...
I mean, then it's over, right? Then it's match point.
Pretty much.
Yeah, lose this round, it should be match point. And at that point, the best you're getting is overtime. And then, even if you win that, it's...
uphill battle.
Yeah, it's a map 3, so you have to stop the bleeding here and now. Good spread of util. Allows them to gain some control, but a nice HE chunks Terry down to 32. Oof. I mean, NKT just not taking any chances. They have a good raid. Salmon also took a good chunk, and that's going to be good news for MIQ,
Ooh.
but the headshot on point.
Good peeks. That could be enough to start something. I thought that outside movement was a little bit too apparent for NKT, but no, not enough to take down E9. MIQ having that much confidence, but not quite expecting such a peak. And with that, a couple more coming through now as Neverland decides to push even further.
Yeah, and Zine, he heard the drop. He's just trying to see if there's a chance of catching someone from behind, but with no other information, with no other info, not going to find too much of it. Terry, Terry, you got to pay attention here. Round should be going E9's way. Now, we've said that before. Hasn't always been true, but it should. But the important thing for E9 is, boy, would they love to carry over all the rifles. Because they still have a little bit to go.
And be able to make it happen. At this point, Zine probably saving.
Yeah, I mean, it's... NKT's definitely had a couple rounds on both maps so far where it started to get a little dicey in terms of saving your weapons. So Zine just going to hold on to that one. Neverland good for 3 in this round. Zine will find a lonely salmon going upstream, but Terry for the trade.
Not quite expecting it from behind. So 10-7 now. And this might be an NKT slowly starting to feel pressure. They're buying up what could be one of the, it's what is practically the last full buy that they can afford for now. So that's one way that E9 Esports could come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those rounds you can flip it on its head. E9 should have a decent understanding of it. Terry going to continue to try to pressure onto Squeaky as for now, just holding off any movement from NKT.
Through. You've got MIQ watching ramp.
Yeah, that's gonna be the real contention point, I think. Is if Terry even decides to try to get contact there, if you don't win that, suddenly all of this setup, right, blowing out Squeaky, the initial molly, all of that is for naught, because a lot of that is to just try to draw that attention onto Hut. MIQ with a nice timing on the molly, though, will keep them at bay. So NKT, no reason to move just yet. They haven't seen any more info from outside either. Zeralt's just gonna slowly try to regain control. Dinked. Terry in a lot of trouble.
Still though, not backing down. Good little flash keeps some of the NKT players away.
Yeah, like they don't feel great about walking through. Salmon will get one, but that's an instant trade. And no matter where you go, you already found one on ramp. You saw one going back out into control. And Tobu, good for 2.
Knowing that he's here, so finally, yeah, flicking upwards.
I mean, quick transfer over. That evens things out at a 1v2, but it's going to be a tough battle. Coolest already prepared with the AWP.
Oh.
Spots him through the wall, though.
That is still enough damage, and then the molly just to flush him out at the corner behind it. 11-7.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Just they found Tobu and then tried to get an angle. I don't remember who it was, but just not taking into account that Tobu was still watching. Mini spots him first on the feet.
Again, just NKT's CT side a little bit more effective than E9's.
Yeah, and I think as it tends to be in these matchups, it's again a lot of these things where E9, what they did that last round too, right? Okay, the HE and then the Incendiary on the other side. Okay, you're trying to tell them we want to focus on Squeaky and Hut, draw their attention, but NKT just doesn't move, right? They understand, okay, well, we're covering these angles and we haven't seen anyone, so at the very least, they've stopped for the time being. It's the confidence to do something like that, whereas in the first half, E9 would kind of respond to it, right? They would start to move, they'd try to get a pick on the other side, and they'd react to it, and then if you lose that fight, then the round's kind of over.
A little bit vulnerable. Now, not having enough eyes towards Secret. If it was smoked off, I'd understand, but at the same time, NKT losing some fights outside of Hut now, and that leaves A vulnerable and open. But then you've got Sign just holding the angle from outside of Hut. Spraying through. The rest of them trying to push out. Coolest with the op having to back off.
Neverland's on a mission. Neverland is on a mission to take these children to a better place on E9 because he is doing everything he can in the second half to bring a couple more rounds home.
Do we call him Neverland or we call him Peter Pan?
There you go. I mean, if he succeeds, I think you change his name. Not that we have the right to, but at least we could make a suggestion. Let Baseline J know.
Get him to wear green. Maybe if they win this map. 11-8 right now. And this is one where NKT are going to start to feel that loss pretty soon. Economy is a very big factor, especially when you're on the CT side, so they have to really, really make it count.
E9 hasn't done well against some of these MP9s, but this time they'll find him. A nice anti-eco from Terry with the MAC-10 as well. Shuts him down far enough. Design, not much more to it.
Just trying to hold for a bit, but then...
There's a chance. That's all I'm saying. There is a chance.
It truly is, because it's a double save for going to an 11-10. What is happening with NKT? We do have Zion on the CZ though, but I mean...
He's always good for one. See if it can be more.
I don't know about the CT side, so he didn't get his one this time. The MAC-10 rush is just too effective, too quick.
And I think you're starting to see, once you gain that confidence, E9 also not bad at, checking all the corners and making sure that you're paying attention to your teammates, the comms, the radar, everything. Even if you didn't spot that initial cubby next to vents, you're able to swivel around on it, things like that. A lot of times, CS, it's a game of confidence as well. Sure, again, between these two teams, let's be very honest. I mean, NKT should be taking this match one way or another, but so you're going to need more than just confidence. However, you lose confidence, you really don't have much to work with. So E9, good to see them starting to play their own game just a bit. And this is a round. I think this round just decides the map right here.
Really cements it. However, NKT not having the full arsenal of utility right now. They don't have any incendiaries, and that means there's only so much that you can do to stall. But trying to catch some E9 players in transit, but not really all too much. Salmon being able to walk down through Secret now. He's going to have to contend with Dobu, but I think Dobu seems okay for the time being.
Yeah, actually just emptying that out. Just throws a smoke out to buy time. And wants to make sure that they're covering all their other bases here. MIQ just watching on ramps, make sure it's not a pinch onto the B site. Further pressure from outside towards CT, just trying to let them know that they're going to continue on. Potentially towards Secret, but as we can see, all eyes on Mini.
Wow.
Yeah, they never quite cleared Garage, did they?
Not at all. No smokes either. But Zeralta just
what's
peeking
going
out
on?
that way.
What's going on downstairs, though? Salmon. If he can find MIQ, that would be the call they need. Now, there is still Coolest on ramp as well.
Nice swing out. Back and forth, but that is not supposed to happen. MIQ having such an outstanding performance before, now dropping frags a little bit quickly this way.
I mean, E9's controlling. E9's controlling NKT. They're finally finding that groove, because here's the thing. You get the kill, and you still understood that we never had ramp control. So instead of all blindly rushing towards B, you wait for the next reaction. Bomb has always been on the outside, waiting to choose between B or A site. It's good to see from E9. And it all starts with Salmon being planted deep into Secret. Ate that HE on top of his head, but still didn't stop for a beat.
Really good way to play off of map control.
And
or just understanding it at least.
Yeah, it's just going to be this lone silence M4. If Coolest can get away with it. E9, they understand that. They want to make sure that the map point is theirs. As we tie things up 11-11.
So now my question is, if you're NKT, do you force or... Whew.
I mean,
it's only 2 rounds, or listen, 1 if you want to go into overtime.
You have map 1, so I think it's pick your poison, right? In all honesty, I don't mind this investment here. Just a half buy, not really committing all of it.
Oh no. Okay, at least there's that trade. P2K's still in hand. Zeralt getting it yet and a little bit more damage. You got the smoke and the plant going down on B though. MIQ not quite finding it.
And Terry should have a decent idea, but he's got too many corners to cover, so... Oh, no, not remembering it either. Just trying to figure out where the shots even came from. I guess just didn't even see any of those initially. 10-second defuse, but very far away. No members left there. And how did it come to this? It was never supposed to come to this.
Well, it happened because of that deagle. It happened because
I mean,
a blind plant.
Oh, E9 was doing so well in not blindly rushing to try to close things out, and I think they started to smell a hint of that victory, and they said, well, let's go for the plan, and then we can pick them off as they're rotating.
Big old bomb plant with the words "eat me" on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was.
And then Dobu was like, yeah, I got a trap tied to it too.
Yeah, I mean, the cake is always a lie. And MIQ was there waiting for it.
I like what you did there.
Do it. I do it for the people. It rarely happens in my case, but now and then.
Fair enough. MIQ on the op, though. It's that slight double op setup, which is kind of interesting. You're going to have to make sure that you can hold down radio, however. E9, more presence towards lobby suggests that A hit, so...
Oh, and they're so aware of Salmon this time. I don't think you're going to find the same success. But here's the thing. If Salmon, if he had a way of figuring out that there were two people down there, that would have been really helpful information. But for now, because of the HE, he's going to have to give up that space just a bit. And there's a lot of mental stress on his part to find the right timings, right? Push and pull, try to just get some more information.
Whoa.
Oh, this is the bait from NCTDK. Oh, the utility out in hand. Not what you wanted. I think they wanted to just kind of close it off with a smoke or something.
More likely. Now they think it might be some kind of a B, but...
No, Salmon has no idea. They just want the entire team to come down into B.
MIQ.
Oh, this is dirty, NKT. Oh, man. And now E9's like, yeah, I mean, they don't really have time to
They're
choose.
stuck.
This is, I mean, that's a masterclass from Dobu.
Just being able to sneak around rafters that way.
Oh, man.
Oh, MIQ, though.
What?
Still not dead. Okay. Tries to go for the no-scope. Not going to happen. Dobu trades right back. And 10 seconds remaining for Tuo to plant and do everything else. It's not going to quite happen. He's good for one more kill, but that is practically it. Not enough time to get the bomb either. So,
GG, NKT. Honestly, I thought we were very, very likely to go to a map 3, given how things were going, even in the second half. I mean, obviously the first half, E9 stabilized very well. But even going into the second, you know, there were some moments where E9 started to show some good map theory and just overall game theory. But again, that one hint of victory, right? They're like, oh, listen, they don't have money, and we should win this round, and that's map point, and we'll be good. They start to just rush in, and that's, again, those are the moments where the experience starts to show. So hopefully, I mean, E9 clearly a squad and a team that is kind of committed to continuing. You know, it's not like this is their very first tournament. They have been playing locally for a little bit, so hopefully they can take this one, take it back home to Tianjin, where they're from, representing that area, and they can build upon it, right? Yeah. That's the big goal here.
Because so much can slip away that quickly, and it just, again, that's one of the things about CS. Definitely thinking about what exactly happened in those last few rounds, but I will say, this match, this map going 13-11, if this was NKT in the previous old form, this should not have happened.
Oh, I mean, shouldn't have, yeah. I would say absolutely not. So, you know, sure, again, asterisks involved, but at the end of the day, I think you start to see, once again, okay, the reason that these gaps exist in CS, and it's, I guess specifically in Asian CS as well, is because of individual mechanics, just basic foundations, how to trade, how to hold angles, you know, understanding timings around the map, things like that. Now, E9, I think, was one of the closest to showing that they at least have understanding of it. It's just the execution sometimes not as clean, and the mental game as well. So I honestly think there's a lot that E9 can take away from this, right? If they take some time and go back and watch this game, I think there's a lot that they can look at and say, okay, we were actually pretty close for good reasons.
Yeah.
A lot of that reason being Neverland actually putting up 22 kills. But even aside from that, as a team, once Neverland opened up that option, there were some good moments. But at the end of the day, it is going to be NKT with Dobu and MIQ standing in. This time Dobu picking up the MVP. It was MIQ last time, so clearly not too shabby substitutes, I would say.
Definitely not. I mean, there were times that they were just really, that one round where there was this hold up around ramp, and it somehow works out really well, even though they had nothing but a scout and a deagle. So that's things that NKT can do again. But moving forward, something that we do want to think about is NKT versus Mongols.
Yeah, listen, NKT. It's not gonna look anywhere close to this. I'll tell you that. I think that's once again now the coin's flipped on its head. It's up to NKT to figure out that uphill battle, because from what we've seen, it does look like Mongols are kind of that team to beat. A lot of people were seeing that around this tournament coming into it, and NKT is going to be up to bat next. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that happens. Of course, that's going to be the top 4 tomorrow. So the bracket, we'll take a look at it later in the day, or before we wrap up, I should say. But it's Mongols versus NKT, and of course on the other side it's going to be the Chinese Counter-Strike matchup once again. It should be LVG versus TYLOO. So very, very interesting matchups waiting for us tomorrow.
Stadium's going to be really excited for that one. I mean, playoffs day. But still, I mean, this is kind of how things go. A bit of, I wouldn't say it's not unexpected. You had a little bit of that from ACME versus TYLOO as well. They managed to pull things a lot closer than we thought it would go.
Sure.
Very different from yesterday, to say the least. And it does show that, when you have these teams, for example, ACME, they did kind of qualify, playing a qualifier. They have a lot that they can do. It's just slight, I don't want to say slight. It's still that large gap between experiences.
Yeah, not all of the blowouts that some people were afraid that might happen, though, right? And I think that's, to be honest, that's something to look at and say, okay, so there is value to things like EXTREMESLAND, right? That's something where a lot of fans and players can look at it and say, okay, this is why we should have more of these moments, because you start to stack these up. Because if you can get even just this much, which again wasn't a lot, I'm not trying to blow it out of proportion, but if you can get that from just local experience from some of these teams, imagine over time what could happen, if EXTREMESLAND, we have more CS Asia Cups here, and that starts to build upon itself. Maybe, year 2, 3 years down the road, things start to look a lot different in the CS2 landscape out here in Asia Pacific. So looking forward to it. I think so far in the first 2 days, we got what a lot of people always wanted from EXTREMESLAND, what we hoped for, and then now we get the other side of it, which is, all right, the top 4 teams duel it out tomorrow in the semifinals. Let's see what Asia's got, right? Let's see the best of the best here.
Still, it's always just fun Asian CS, and it's nice to see teams like E9 coming to participate, and you want to see a bit of growth as well, so hopefully more EXTREMESLANDs to come. But apart from that, right now, it's just seeing how some of the top 4 teams can perform. It also gives us an idea of what tomorrow might look like.
And of course, we've been hammering it home all weekend, but this is a lot on the line for EXTREMESLAND as well, but especially for these top 4 teams. And I should say the top 3 teams perhaps. NKT kind of sneaking their way in there for the semifinals. There's a lot more that they're trying to establish at the start of the year, right? There's other things that they're really working towards, whether it's the potential for IM Chengdu, the RMR, things like that, and also just potential other future events coming out in Asia. There's a lot that they want to put their foot down and say, we are the targets to hit in Asia.
Yeah, I know that at the very least, Elfish is kind of hyping up Mongols or Lin Vision a lot more, but we'll save that for a little bit later. Right now, we've got the interview with Chubby Ninja and Baseline Jane.
ID properly. How do I pronounce it?
好，我们现在身边的队员是 NKT 的 ZOWIE 他来教一下大家怎么念自己的名字。
I usually say it's like Zerolte, and then everyone pronounces it differently, so everything works. Just like Zerolte, everything works.
我自己一般是说 Zerolte， 但是大家就是什么样的都有，所以就都 OK 啊。
You did not say it the way he said it.
Yeah, sorry, I said Zerolte. Sorry，
Zerolte.
我自己念的都是错的啊。
It's very nice, and I just asked you. It doesn't mean anything. How did you come up with this name?
你这个 ID 是怎么想起来的？
It literally doesn't mean anything, and then I just woke up one day, and then I'm gonna be Zerolte, and then it just came out of nowhere.
然后就他的这个 ID 也没有任何的意思啊，他就是有一天醒来了，他就说啊，我就想要叫这个名字。
The Zerolte was born. You know, with these results in a 2-0 with 2 subs, is this the performance you expected?
你们带着2个替补，但今天还是2比0完成了比赛啊，这是你们所想到会发生的结果吗？
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected us to win against D9 like quite easily, like as they're more like unknown players. But like in the matchup against Linvision, I expected us to get at least like more rounds than 3. So I'd say we didn't reach our expectations at this point.
就我觉得我们2比0战胜E9啊，我之前也是想到了，因为毕竟对面不是那些特别有经验的选手，但是我觉得昨天打 LVG 的时候，我们反而应该多拿几分。
Tomorrow you'll be facing against the Mongols, and you know we're just talking about this. There are going to be a lot of Mongolians on the stage. How's it going to feel going against your own brethren tomorrow?
对啊，明天你们打 The Mongols， 然后台上会有9个蒙古人啊，你是什么感觉？
I think as a play style, it's gonna be more easier for us to play compared to TYLOO, and then like everyone learns from them. Everyone's watching their demos. Everyone's trying to copy their play style nowadays, as they're the top leading Asian team now. So I think we're gonna play like a good game against them.
我们明天打蒙古队可能反而比打天路队要轻松一点，因为毕竟蒙古他们是我们国内平时这个看 demo 学习什么的都是学习的是他们的打法，所以我们对蒙古队会更加熟悉一点。
Well, it's been a long 2 days for you. How are you going to go home and relax? What are you going to have for dinner here in Shanghai?
今天这2天的比赛还是比较漫长的，你回酒店之后准备吃点什么？怎么歇着呢？
I think we're gonna get like much more practice as we can, since we didn't have much practice with the 2 stand-ins now. And then about the food we're gonna eat, I'm not picky eater compared to my team members, and then like they're picky. Some of the team members are so picky, and then I'm just gonna follow what they eat.
就我自己不挑食，但我有的队友很挑食啊，所以他们想吃什么就吃什么。但是我们这边因为有2个替补，我们在一起，这个训练的时间不是很长，所以我们回去之后还要努力训练。今天晚上啊。
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations on your performance today, and good luck tomorrow in the grand finals.
好，我们感谢 Zerolte 参加我们的采访啊，明天一切好运。
Try the durian pizza.
记得吃榴莲披萨。
Now we all have to wonder, who is it? Who is it on NKT that isn't allowing Zerolte to pick his favorite food because you're picky? We got to figure it out. You're going to say Zion? I was going to say Zion just because worst case, like if he's angry about it, I can go and speak to him in Korean and be like, I didn't mean it in a bad way. But who knows? Either way, great to hear a little bit from Zerolte. Just to speak his mind a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it should be fun tomorrow, but of course today we have 4 best of 3s. Bit of a long haul, and you know we had some more interesting moments. I think today was the day where we could see a little bit more of what these teams are actually made of from all the different regions. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the top 4 teams that I would say everybody expected to get out of groups.
Pretty much. I mean, you can see it in score lines as well. But we did have a best of 3 that went, you know, the full 3-mapper, and that happened between OnSlayers and ACME. That said, though, once it comes down to it, NCTDK, although they had such a great lead on their second map, E9 was able to eke it out over towards the end. And then, yeah, the top 4 teams just being the top 4 teams, that is what we have starting tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, as they talked about it, Mongols versus NKT, a lot of Mongolian players on that stage trying to establish something. But before that, it's also going to be LVG versus TYLOO. So Yeah, you know, a little bit of a regional matchup here between the teams, if we want to look at it that way. Of course, NKT here representing the Thailand slot for Extremesland. But that's going to be it for day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw it on there, we have 3 matches tomorrow, the semifinals and then the grand final here for 2023 Extremesland CS Asia Cup Finals. We'll bring you all of those matches tomorrow starting at noon local time. So set your alarms. Make sure you don't miss it. Seeing some of the best teams in Asian Counter-Strike. That's it for me, myself, William, and Quack. We'll see you tomorrow alongside Jordan.